it would be useful if I had the right thing, the right screen up. Awesome. Let's get the overlay fixed. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? There we go. Is this really a 2.5? I didn't realize it was this new. You don't have a license plate though. And I want to knock my head off too. It might be a 2.5. It is. Hooray. Alrighty. Let me go ahead and put the license plate in real quick so we can make sure to have accurate information on this crap. ULQ. What a weird letter combination. You want to go ahead and rack it? You want to go ahead and rack it? Now I forgot it. ULQ. Yeah. And then some numbers. Yup. Save. Dunsies. Seems like we got it right. So, check engine light, misfire on cylinder 2 code, airbag light, check AC not cold. Thank you, Gypsy. Good morning, Toffee, Medman, Gypsy Jeeper. All right. So, the complaint is, as you can see on the ticket, check engine light, misfire on cylinder 2, code, airbag light, and check AC not cold. Where did you start?
Probably check on spark plug and everything.
What would you do before that?
For which one?
The car, like you get a diagnosis. First we got to scan it, make sure that they're right.
Oh yeah.
Because remember, as Dr. House says, or any automotive tech says, customers lie. Even if you don't want to be that mean about it, basically, they might not be exactly right. So, always go back and double check their statements. Ah, there we go. Don't worry, he knows how to hook up the scanner. I'm just putting it on here. The customer is either lying, or they don't know the whole thing, or they don't want to admit the whole thing. That's a pretty common one. Especially when it comes to stuff that they've done to it. Like the chances of us finding, you know, an issue. All right, so we can look here at VCDS. And yeah, they were at least right here. So misfire, cylinder number 2. Just go ahead and copy that. I usually just drop it right on the ticket, get rid of the extra crap that's not necessary. Just save it. So let's go ahead and start it up. Measuring blocks 15 and 16. If you can go to measuring blocks, 15 and 16 are always misfires. And if you might need to go to 17 or 18 if it's an 8-cylinder or something like that. But 15 and 16 for a 4 or 5 cylinder is plenty. I think it pulled it up. No, it did not. Doesn't want to play nice. There. So, did it feel like it was misfiring when you were pulling it in?
It
like it felt jiggly. So let's see. Not misfiring right this minute.
It sounded a little worse when I cranked it up.
Sounded a little worse when you cranked it up, so if it sounded worse then and it's doing okay now,
Yeah,
you could
like
be kind of like, could it be a cold start misfire? Like maybe there's a leaking injector, something like that's possible. So it's not something that we're gonna like run into and try and check for a leaking injector immediately, but just think about it and be like, possible. But it's good to, you wanna know as much as you wanna keep track of every little bit of evidence that you have while you're doing it. So if it ran funny coming in and then it cleaned itself up, I don't know, but we'll keep that in mind. So that seems to be okay. 33 and 32 and 33. These are your long-term fuel trims up here, idle and partial. So like when you're accelerating stuff. And then your short-term fuel trim is this one. So it sets a check engine light for excess air in the system at 10% on the long term. I assume you remember how fuel trims worked. So at the moment, little extra rich on the short side right now, but nothing crazy. So we might be looking for a little bit of a vacuum leak. It might be a cold start vacuum leak. So we got those two things. Just took some quick measurements to see if there's anything obvious.
Yeah.
Didn't see anything obvious. And the unfortunate part, if you ask, oh, we gotta check the other lights. We gotta check the other lights because they were complaining of the airbag light. I get a little excited and I start going like, I start bloodhounding on the first thing that I'm like, ooh, check engine light, let's go. So, it's around here somewhere, airbags. Bet you it's a driver's side seatbelt buckle.
Yeah.
Crash sensor for driver's side airbag. Crash sensor for front airbag, driver's side. No signal of communication, intermittent. So we'll copy that, put it down here. I just put it under may require attention soon because if they want to fix it, they can. If they don't, it's their problem. SRS light. So that one we'll probably look into later, but we can intermittent, clear it, probably stay away. Would be my thought. Was there anything else? Oh, AC not cold. So I would go with auto HVAC. I don't know if this has that because it looks pretty manual inside there. It might be under central convenience or a different module that'll control the AC system. Nope, it doesn't have an auto HVAC. So either central electric or let's try central convenience first. It appears not. Because one of them will have, it should, this will be a always on compressor due to the fact that it is a 2.5 liter. I have not seen a 2.5 liter with a clutched compressor. And so the compressor's always going and it's got a swash plate in there that then the computer uses to make it work. And so then it makes it do stuff or it just kind of sits there and spins. And so what you can look for in your scanner data is look for any, it's basically got a fault code for the compressor. And if it's not like a fault code like you typically look for. It's not like it pops up and says compressor's not engaging. You'll look in the measuring blocks and then you'll look for like compressor status is what it's called. And it'll have like 1 through 15 are the options of numbers and it'll give you a little guide of like 1, it's no refrigerant, 2, it's too high refrigerant, too low pressure, too high pressure, all sorts of various problems it can run into. The key is on and we're going to have to do this because I don't know where that darn thing is. course it doesn't have that. Doesn't have a CAN gateway either. Instruments? Yes, I was about to check my plug to make sure I plugged it in. Instruments, I doubt it. No. Did you just not want to talk to it the first time? We got good old-fashioned manual AC in there, so he might just have to do it the good old-fashioned way. What year is he in what sense? Noah here finished school. He went for 2 years of tech school and finished that, and then he started working here. Well, that's no fun. At this point, I'm just gonna have to do an auto scan. Volkswagen Beetle. New Beetle. What is it? 1C. 98 to 2010. It's gonna go through all the modules that could be installed on this, and we'll find out which ones are installed. If you ever need to do that kind of auto scan, which is becoming increasingly rare, most of them are they're CAN networks and it'll auto detect all the modules. But if they're not, you'll look at the VIN number, 7 and 8 VIN. So it's like 1C, 2Y. It's usually the first number and the first letter. And there'll be a list that you can kind of compare it to. And it should be in the same range. So now we wait. Now we wait. I guess you can go ahead and pull off the top cover and we can start checking the looking for anything obvious. Like, I'll tell you first obvious thing. What do you notice on those plugs already? What do we notice here? Somebody's been messing with this connector. This one seems okay, that one, and that one, and that one, but this one looks like it's been dug at. And also, this is like, yeah, somebody's been messing with that connector. I don't know if they just tried to take off this one.
I assume they thought that was cylinder 2.
Yeah, which they were right, that is cylinder 2.
Because if they got the code for it.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if they could have pulled it out and been like, oh, it looked okay.
Yeah, they probably did, honestly.
But we don't see anything else that looks like blatantly obvious. The terminals aren't all crusty. There's no like chewed up wires anywhere that's like, oh, look, a bunch of mess.
Yeah, the rest of the engine bay's not bad.
Yeah, it looks pretty clean.
Somewhat maintained.
Yeah. Let that finish running the auto scan. The shop scanner, we have VCDS. VCDS is the best scanner for Volkswagens and Audis, or any of the Volkswagen Auto group, honestly. And it's very inexpensive, relatively speaking, to other scanners. And if you are working at home and you have your own Volkswagen and you want to be able to work on it pretty effectively, then getting a single VIN or maybe a 2 VIN VCDS module is only like $300 or $400, I think. And it gives you can use it as much as you want on that one car. So instruments, CAN gateway, immobilizer, central locks, radio, tire pressure. Those are all the modules it found. None of those happen to be air conditioning. Fantastic, fantastic. The only one with codes are the radio and the engine at the moment.
Hey new guy, I hope you like VW bugs. That's pretty much all they work on at this shop.
Thank you, IPA. I see you are making full use of the Twitch bits. Okay. Now the question is, which one is going to have the AC? What can we find in the engine? Oh, it's in the engine. Interesting. So measuring block 57. So that's the location. If it's got measuring blocks, it'll say like 57-3. So if we go here to 57, -3 is there, -4, -2, 1, etc. Which only goes up to 4. So saying the compressor's working status, see like right now, it's saying operating conditions of AC compressor, and it says compressor off. So if we start it up, oh Lord. Will it go to compressor on or will it stay compressor off? Compressor on. What the heck? Why is that popping up? So it says compressor's on. Does it feel like the AC's working? Kind of hard to tell because it's a cool morning. Can't tell if it's just blowing the cool air out of the vent or what. Well, it says it should be working. So that's what we wanted to find out, because it's nothing electric, or might be something electrical, but it's nothing like probably ECU related or anything like that. It's nothing stupid that we're not going to think of. So it should be working. So that means if we pin out the compressor connection, it should be telling us the right signals. And if it's not running or it's not compressing, then we could either have no signal or a bad compressor. All right. Thus far, I would say I haven't felt any misfires yet either. So where would you want to go from here on that? So what you want to do, or at least what I've learned that I like to do, is I like to come up with kind of specific-ish procedures for various things. So if we got a misfire, some things I check are the conditions of the coils. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and pull off all the coils, look at them, make sure there's no oil in the cylinders, pull out the offending plug and have a look at it and see if it looks just trashed. Just kind of the obvious things. So go ahead and pull out the coils. Let's get a visual inspection on them.
You got to pick up an Audi, your hoses.
Yeah.
Would you send north?
I suppose. I don't really want to drive out to Audi.
Right.
They're here already though? Let them pick out the coils first. So here's a question for you, Noah. If it was a dead miss on 2, what would you want to do as a test? Like if it was just, clearly broke. Yeah, let's get these all.
Well, someone broke that clip itself, so
Yeah. A lot of the times these have to lift up out of that, like there, so it'll let go. Yeah, they broke that.
Swap coils or plates, so
Yep. Yeah, go ahead and press those 2 loose. Sometimes it might even be beneficial to pop them up first and then unplug them. Now it's broke too. We're off to a great start with this. The problem I'm gonna have is not doing it for him and letting him struggle with it. Being like, oh, come on, taking too long. Go, 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 quick, quick, quick. So of course some of the obvious things real quick are check the connectors, just make sure you don't see anything, like they're not green, crusty, broken, smashed, whatever.
Other than it being broken, they all looked alright.
Yeah, cool.
Popping them out, so.
Cool, don't see any oil on it. When I mean oil, like you'll have like that much be covered in oil because the coil or the valve cover's leaking. Looks like somebody's done this valve cover. Did I do this valve cover? Let's look at the history. We've never seen this car before. So the history of the car is 9/10/2021, so earlier this month. Vehicle service, tires, pressures checked, tires replaced, TPMS reset, tires balanced, and tires rotated. Okay, I guess they went to a tire store and got a bunch of tires done. 0515, vehicle service, battery checked. 2020, October, vehicle serviced, replaced air filter, oil filter, vehicle serviced, wiper blades, oil change, taillight assembly replaced. You know what I don't see on here? I don't see any mention of spark plugs. I don't see any mention of spark plugs. Let me check this one real quick. No, doesn't particularly smell burned. It's a little trick I've picked up over the years is I've learned the smell of some of the burned coils. It's not a foolproof plan, but sometimes you smell them and they're like, you smell the electrical burn and you're like, yeah, that's shot. And so it can be helpful, but it's something you'll get used to, and you'll find little things that you learn as you go that you're like, I can do this and check it. And I have at least a better idea of what I'm doing. So like if it's misfiring a dead 2 and I pull it out and it smells like it's smoked, I'll just grab a spare one and throw it in. And it can be a quick test. So I guess go ahead and pull out that number 2 plug. Maybe the owner did change his own plugs. That's something that we've run into in the past a lot, would be we'd have 2 liters. This is more back when the 2 liters and 1.8 turbos in the early 2000s. But people would change their own spark plugs and then they bring it in for a misfire. And they're like, I changed my spark plugs and now it's misfiring like crazy. We'd check it and we'd look at the plugs and they'd put in Autolite Platinums or something like that. And just cheap, junky, just terrible plugs. Or they'd put in like copper plugs, just like your AutoZone copper plugs, and those didn't work, basically. They just wouldn't work in those. So we'd change them over to NGKs like what they're supposed to be, and would run great. So I have started a bit of a fun discussion on Facebook. I want to see. So I'm getting conflicting signals here on what people do. Always NGK iridiums! The joys of a brand or a relatively unused ratchet. The ball and spring haven't worn out to the point that you practically have your socket falling off the end of it. And it's still very tight and you have to pull hard. Golly, that thing's just worn out. Yeah, let me see it. It's original. It's original Volkswagen. How many miles are on this car? I don't want to turn the key on when it's... No, I didn't copy that either. Oh well. We'll clear codes as we have to. 113,000. 113,000. The gap on that plug is enormous. You got a plug gapping tool? Do you have like the sliding one? Which kind do you have? This is what I wanted to see what the gap of this actually is. So it is.
I have both of them, but I like using that one for just gap it.
1.8 millimeters.
That one's nice to like read it.
Yeah, it's the only thing you don't want to do with these is you don't want to gap them with this, and you also on the iridiums and stuff you don't want to do sliding this thing around because it'll rub off the coating, which is 0.07070 in inches. So 1.8 millimeters or 070 inches, which is, it's wildly bad. So what will be the first thing we want to do here?
Spark plugs.
Spark plugs.
Pull out another.
Yeah, go ahead and check some more. So I'd read on the ticket, edit concern, spark plugs look original. They have a gap of 1.8 millimeters. Spec is 1 to 1.1 millimeters. I do believe. I can double check it, of course. This is BPR, BPS. BPS. Maintenance. Tune up and engine performance. Spark plug, mechanical. 1 to 1.1. So yeah, they're a little tall in the forms of plug gap. Cool. Can't get it to come out, can you? Does you got the rubber booty, or has it got a magnet on it?
It's got a rubber. Don't really like the rubber, but
I'm kind of surprised they didn't sell you one like this. This is my Matco
Yeah.
socket. Jeez, that one's just as bad.
Worn out.
A little worn out.
Yeah, they came with a whole like set of the rubber ones.
The gap is huge.
Which, I mean,
Hilarious.
I didn't complain because it had so many different sizes and types.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
It's a nice set.
Magnetic ones are quite a bit nicer though. I just don't like the rubber. The rubber doesn't let me see.
Same, about 1.8 on that gap. So you can stop there. You don't have to pull them all out. And because I'll probably put them back in and check the AC further. But yeah, if you want to go find out where they want you go over to Audi to get my hoses. I put it out there intentionally to try and trip you. Hold on a second, I gotta blow my nose. Cool. See, the rings of Saturn in that gap. Hey, before anybody gets upset where it comes to working on Beetles, I love working on Beetles because one, it's job security. Two, who owns a Beetle typically? I know we're going broad stroke generalizations here, but who owns Beetles? Leave your thoughts in the comments if you're watching on the VOD. The answer is typically young ladies that will never touch their car. So it means I still get more work. Oh yeah, I got a tweet. Forgot about that. Let me get the copy. Awesome. Exactly, last DC. I was just making the point. Reinforcing the point.
Jason will be going to get your hoses now.
Oh, cool. He's bored. All right, well, I guess pop the plugs back in. I gotta find the torch back for him. And so we can start checking the AC while we wait for that. I ruined. Oh my God.
I mean, it wasn't too great in the first place.
There went a plug. There went a plug.
That's why I don't like the rubber ones.
Well, do you have a 5/16? Try these 5/16 swivel ones. You got this style? Or 5/8, not 16. Here, try this one with those plugs, because I bet you'll find they grip a little better. Nope, it's not an extension down in the cylinder. He just dropped the plug and it fell into the under tray. So we'll have to pick it up and find it. Or it might have made it all the way through. It did not. Yep. Now that he dropped the plug, the gap's probably closer to being correct. Although I'm really annoyed that they don't give me a torque spec in this. Yep, good and tight. 20 newton meters. There it is. Find it? It's probably sitting. It'll land on the subframe. Made it all the way over there, eh? Why did you? Oh hell! What the hell?
He's already been fucking with.
What are you trying to fix?
The trunk won't close, so get it wired shut.
Brilliant. Oh, that's easy.
You fucking with it.
Okay. Use the latch. Have a good day. So when you're ready to torque them down, I got that set for you. Thank you, Annie. Well, now I'm gonna have to like stand more proper. Got to torque them first. Finger tight in good enough. We don't want to replace threads because we blew them out. So why would you want to torque down spark plugs? So they don't come loose. Partly. The other reason is because if you over or under tighten them, you could affect their heat range. They might not get enough contact, or they might get too much contact, and they might get too hot or not hot enough. And so you want them to have the appropriate tightness that they dictated to make sure it's crushed appropriately, etc., etc. I see. Does that socket fit a little better? It's a little easier to work with too, since it's got the flex head. Then you can fit it into some places. All right, pop the coils back in and plug them back in, and we'll get to some more testing of the AC. Of course, I haven't actually recorded any of this yet. It's just on the VOD, so that's good. What I need to do is hit record and then restate it again and start over. And if you don't mind hitting the thumbs up button, that is always a lovely thing. and always greatly appreciated. What you trying to do?
Make this seat just a little bit.
The seat.
Pop some out. See if it'll.
The good part is, since it's got this like little plastic rail, even if these have broken connectors, this one looks like it's jammed in there.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking.
How is it jammed but stuck?
That's what I was.
Or how is it broken but stuck?
That's why I was about to pop it out and see if I can get it to go on just a little bit better.
Oh, it went under it. There. Now we got all those in. Tuck that back, it'll help them stay in. Ideally, we would want new connectors for all those. All right, so all that's back together. Move those off the windshield. All right, well, let's check the AC. You want to hook up the AC machine? We'll get to that. And I guess I'll start the recording. Do I like Mustangs? They're fine. I don't particularly have a love affair with any kind of car, except for the ones that I have to drive, because I want them to run. So usually we wrap up the power cord last, so if you unwrap that all the way, then it'll release the other hoses. See, they're both right here. Well, one's right here. Where's the other one? Oh, there it is. Good eye. Good eye. Well, I mean, I hate them all in this aspect of they need to be fixed. I don't want to work on it, but I have to anyway. Noah, on the other hand, he loves working on things. When they break, he's so excited, especially when his own car breaks. He's like, yes, I get to work on it. Right? Is that not how you feel?
Oh, excited.
You don't know about excited? Maybe not excited. So, Annie, where did you find my stream from? You gotta screw the tops down. And if they're really tight, it's because Mr. Mike used it last. It's not a competition to see how hard we can unscrew them. Gotta stretch. Did squats today. Didn't do any deadlifts though. Did you get them? There we go. We're gonna have to work on your forearm strength there, bud. You having a girlfriend isn't helping anything here. All right. So before we start anything, what can we make note of already? I opened up the valves, so we got pressures. So it's got something in it. So go ahead and start it up and turn on the AC and see what happens. Yeah. So hello and welcome. We are currently teaching our new employee some diagnostic stuff. We're already looking at the spark plugs because it's got a misfire, or had a misfire. It's a very intermittent misfire. So we pulled out the coils, checked the plugs. We found the plugs had a 1.8 millimeter gap. So basically they're original and they're worn out. So we'd start with that. And now we're going on to the AC. And right now, what do we see?
No hot or is it no cold?
No cold air.
Alright, I got it on cold.
Chat can play along too. So what do you see here with the pressures? What should they be doing?
Moving somewhat.
Moving.
And they haven't moved.
So your low side you want somewhere between 20 and 40, and your high side you want somewhere between 150 and 200. Basically, just at least for this machine, if you arguably have a working AC, they should be pointing in generally similar directions that you can like glance over and be like, oh, it's not doing crap. So we got nothing. Do we have a radiator fan? Is that running? I can't see it. It's all cranked in there. No, we got no action on the AC fans either. Okay. This one's more of just an experience trick, but this box burned up. It actually looks new. Somebody has put a new box in here. And are we missing a wire? Or does this not come with 3 wires?
It's got 3 pins.
It's got 3 pins. Is that blocked off? Looks blocked off, so I guess it's just 2 wires.
Yeah, it's blocked off.
The fuses look intact. Doesn't mean they are, but they look intact. All right. So, what is something we probably want to do right now? There's a couple options of, we know that we scanned it when it was running, and it said the compressor was on. So the compressor should be running right now, and it's not. As we can see, it's not running. So I don't think that we would have to evac and recharge it because it's telling the compressor to run, and there's something in it, so it should be doing something. So this is the fun where on this, you can go ahead and shut it off because we're going to have to pick it up and take off the under tray and get access to the connector. We're going to scope the signal going to the AC compressor. Because it doesn't have your typical compressor clutch face. At least I don't think. We'll find out when we get it up in the air. Hey look, AC or refrigerant didn't blow all over my face. We're doing good. We're off to an amazing start. Amazing start. All right, you can pick it up and we'll take off the under tray and stuff. Oh, we need to fill up this thing. In fact, let me go up front and grab a new tank. Yell at Noah while I'm gone. Making a buoy for shark fishing. Hazing the new guy, absolutely. Oh, good. The under tray is not here because it's destroyed. We're off to a great start.
Free access to
Well, this is nice. I love the chewed up hoses. It's always good. I don't think that's a clutch in the, yeah, it's not a clutch in the typical capacity. Well, the good part is I mean, do you see anything that looks destroyed or damaged? So we have, at least, looks like it's okay. So what we can do here,
other than whatever oil it just got going on.
yeah. That's, you know what that leak is? Vacuum pump. Always a vacuum pump. Not always, but if you look at the top and you don't see a valve cover gasket leaking, it's going to be leaking up this, and it's going to see like that's the bottom of the vacuum pump right there, and it's just goopy. And that's the one that we're going to be doing on our Passat later today. Cool. Well, I mean, everything seems intact. We know we got some pressure in there. I don't see any giant holes or anything. So this runs off a square wave signal, and so what we're going to do is, now that there's no under tray on it, we can let it back down, and I'll just lay on the ground, back probe it, and then we got to ground it, and we'll see if it's getting sent a signal. If it's getting sent a signal and it's not doing anything, then it's a bad compressor, because it's being told to work and it's not working. And with these Volkswagens, honestly, the bad compressors are very common. Come on. It's a heavy tank. See, this is when you do bent over rows. Do that and bring them up to your chest. What just happened? Why did it pull off that? Empty tank. Close off the valve. Of course, I got to get pliers because we always use pliers to tighten it up with. Eric wants that one, so I guess you'll give it to him. And then we put on new watch my fingers. What in the heck? Oh. What? Somebody did something with this and now it doesn't seem to want to hook up right. I don't get it. Oh well, we'll just do this. This'll work. Make it work. Good enough. All right, we need scope stuff. Scope stuff, scope stuff. Oh, I hung them over here. I remember saying that the last time. I hung these in a stupid place that I would forget about. And I told everybody in chat to remember where I put them, because I will forget about them. All right, so that. My scope. Just using a pico scope. Hook that up. That's there. All right. And then for the ends, I just used my multimeter leads. They'll plug in just fine. And then we just need a back probe pin. So how I set this up, which people can argue either way, I like to just hook this up to a well-known solid ground, which is the battery. Of course, we can check the ground on the thing there too. What's up?
I was wondering if you were going to check that radiator, so I know if I need to order another.
You want me to? Do you want to open that one, and I'll come up there with the. I mean, I can just bring the connector up there because I have it disconnected. I need this. All right, so we can go ahead and start the car up and let it run there. Put the AC on. Picoscope. I don't know yet. It's been like 5 days. Uh-oh. There's an update. I don't feel like updating it right now. Let's turn this to 20 volts. We are on A. Turn it up a little bit more. Is it? Nope. Scope, 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 scope. There, you can play along now too. So, what I'm going to do is basically back probe the pins. One of them should be putting out a signal. It's the problem is they're both the same color, so it's not particularly helpful. That seems like almost a straight power signal, doesn't it? What voltage is that? It says that on the left side. It's got like a scale. I mean, we got 2 milliseconds per div. Yeah, it's not a square wave yet. So that just seems like it's jacking it all the way on at that one. There it is. There's the signal we're looking for. Which means what?
Getting power.
She's getting power, she's getting a signal.
That's square.
It's a square wave signal. So it's getting told to do stuff, it's just not doing stuff. Now specifically what this is doing, like if this is what the duty cycle is of this, I've not run into a point on these yet that it's made a difference. I've run into where duty cycle makes a difference with fuel pumps, but AC compressors and stuff, it's getting a signal. It's apparently just not wanting to work.
Yeah, it says it's on when it's running, so.
Is the case of the unit grounded? Look at that signal. Yep. Because I'm not sure what exactly it uses for a ground. If it goes back down the signal. Man, I'd almost say it might be working at the moment. Feels cool in there. Did I make it work by jamming pins in it? Yeah, it's doing stuff again. Now she's actually got pressures. Actually, we fixed it. Yay! Yay. Look, we have decent pressures. I don't know if you can read them. There. Yeah, like I said, between 20 and 40, and between 150 and 200.
Yeah.
So, yay, we fixed it. Done. Send it. Well, that's awkward. Wait a minute. Did I didn't disconnect something under there, did I? No? There it is. Okay, it just lost a little bit on the signal. So it's getting a signal, and it is functioning. We made it work. Damn it.
How we wanted to do.
Fantastic.
Usually that's a good thing when you get to make
Yeah,
it work.
I mean, when you get it to make, when you do it, it just happens to work. You're like, yay, I made it work. But this is frustrating because
I like the way they held that on.
it was broke, now it's fixed. There's just a bad connection there
Yeah,
when we
maybe.
back probed it. So we can turn it off, disconnect the scope. I'd probably pull off that connector, make sure the connections are clean and tight, and it's got a good drag on the pins. But yeah, other than that, it might be worth just doing a charge check. But so what we'll do at this point, in this instance, is call the customer with what we found thus far about, you know, we found the spark plugs that need to be changed. The SRS light is a driver's side airbag crash sensor, I think it was. That I wouldn't worry about it right now because it's intermittent and it's currently working. Cleared it. If you want, if it comes back, yes, we would want to, you know, look into it and maybe do some diagnosis to it, but could just be a fluke. Maybe he unplugged it at some point because clearly he works on his car. We want to make a note about the vacuum pump being leaky. So I guess pick it up and have a look, just kind of give it some once-overs, like check the brakes and see if there's anything else obvious that we probably want attention. Why the switch to YouTube? Bigger audience, people that are more in the demographic of what I typically will be getting for my streams, because my viewer demographic of my streams are 25 to like 60. And Twitch's demographic of their entire viewer base is mostly 13 to 25. So, and also on Twitch, maximum user base is like 15 million on an average day. YouTube is 1.2 billion. So few more available viewers. So hopefully more people want to watch me stand around fixing cars. I know there are exceptions to every rule. I'm not saying that there is nobody above the age of, because like there are plenty of people that were on Twitch that I was watching my stream that were in their late 50s, 60s, 40s, whatever. But it's just not the plurality of people. You know, like, I don't want to try and pull a minority of a minority of a minority. So Twitch is a minority of viewers, and then I'm trying to pull a minority of viewers on a place that's got a minority of viewers. So I'd rather just go where everybody typically resides, aka YouTube. Especially because people don't go to Twitch being like, how can I learn to fix my car on Twitch? Not at all what happens. Do I miss Twitch? No. I miss the people. If I could just pick up and transplant all the people that would watch me on Twitch here, that would be the greatest thing ever. So, we'll make a note about the vacuum pump. Throw grease.
But it looks like he's just starting this.
Which CV boot?
Front right outer.
Oh, look at you. Might need a really tiny mirror to see down in those. I know it's broken, but it works.
Actually, the south doesn't look bad though.
There you go.
It's clean.
Just kind of make sure the pins are there. I mean, they have to be there because it's working at all. Think they look okay?
Yeah, it looks like
Cool.
it. Could've just been a bad connection.
It could have just been that we had a bad connection there, and when we went and back probed it, we gave it a better connection. Might have just been one of those unplug and replug and success.
Yeah, first thing to do with connectors is always unplug and replug.
So I guess at this point, we'll let it back down again, start the car up, make sure it feels like it's cooling again. If it does it consistently, then yay. I wonder where his under tray went. Cause, yep. It's probably, the problem is, this isn't a convertible, is it? No, it's not. So it'd just be a plastic under tray. Not as big of a deal. Sometimes you got these convertible Beetles, or most of the convertibles are gonna have a solid under tray, like a sheet steel or metal or something like that, or aluminum. Do what?
Why are they different?
Because it helps structural integrity of the whole car a little bit, I think. That's what it was. Usually got a bunch of straps and stuff running too, but mostly when I take those off, I'm like, I don't see how this is really helping your structure of your car, but it does bolt. It'll bolt back here, and then there'll be two little flanges up here that it'll bolt to on the front. So maybe a little bit extra structural oomph, but generally it's not like it's making or breaking your car. I know that, did they tell you this at school? If you have a convertible, don't open the door when it's on the lift. I don't know if that still applies today. It was kind of a rule of thumb back when I was in high school, which was in '98, and I was taking automotive there. Our auto tech teacher was like, yeah, if you have a convertible, especially if the top's down, don't open the doors when it's on the lift, because that's how you fold the car in half. Because you open that door, it's part of the structural rigidity of the whole thing, and now you just got the floor holding it up and you got it on the lift. It's gonna want to fold itself in half. Oh, I want to set this to do its thing, which is recharge the main tank. Yep, see if it's cooling again. It could just make the doors harder to close, yeah. I never had that problem. Like I said, it was probably something that was before my time. Like you have an old Lincoln or something like that, and you could open the doors and they'd be like, ee. It's cooling off again. Yay! Yay! Nope. We fixed it. Missing a battery hold down. Oh, NTB? Yeah. They're probably the ones messing around in here. I love that. I love that. It's so nice.
You know, that's better than some things I've seen.
It is.
I'm surprised.
I mean, it's holding that secondary air line on there. Missing a battery hold down. Missing the battery cover totally. So, of the emergencies, I'd want to get a battery hold down in there. I think this battery's too big. Maybe not. We'll have to wiggle it in there some more. But with the battery being loose like that, it could risk grounding out or touching something or shorting on anything if it's not being held down, especially if you get in an accident and it's just going to want to fly away. Granted, I don't know how much that battery hold down is going to keep it from flying away if you get in a car accident. It's still made of plastic. You can shut it off. Might be why they didn't install the battery hold down. But this is the right battery-ish for this car. All right, back here. Yeah, random multiple cylinder misfire detected, intermittent, cylinder 2 misfire detected, intermittent. I just start with the plugs. So, what would we go with is, now that we've looked at everything, let's see, 110 or 113.063. Oh, you're taking the jack? Come on forward. You're on the jack. Keep going forward. Let me get under there and kick it. There you go. Stay there. Try now. You can go faster than that. Ha! Passed it. Good. Sometimes the jack height hooks on the... Oh, that noise is annoying. Oh. We lost our ear. Okay, cool. Well, we got all that written down. Now we can go up front and tell them to check the ticket. Sweet. So I guess that's our first edition of teaching Noah how to diagnose things. And maybe it'll be followed up by teaching Noah how to change spark plugs and do all that stuff, which I'm sure he knows how to do already. Hell yeah. Awesome. So thanks for watching. Cool. That was the VOD, or the recording I did. Noah's famous now. Gonna have all the women clawing after him. Don't worry, girls. Him, like myself, are taken. In case you're not aware, I've been married for 20 years. And I have 3 kids, so. Simmer down, simmer down. My oldest son's gonna be 18 soon. Simmer down, simmer down. All right, let me go with Noah up front. We're gonna tell him about this car. So, check it out. There's making a damn mess. Crackers everywhere. You go up there and you grab my gauge. Got to use my dial caliper to measure the radiator up there to find out if we got either the wrong radiator or there's either if there's something wrong with the radiator or if it's something wrong with our hoses. All right, so what I did just confirm was that the other new radiator, because we ordered another radiator for that S5 yesterday when we couldn't get the connectors to fit, and that we noticed that there was a millimeter difference between our connectors or the old radiator necks and our new radiator necks. So it was just too big for our connectors to fit over. Same problem on that one. Or, so it's either A, same problem, or B, those have shrunk over time. I don't know. I can't imagine that being the case, but at this point I got no other good explanation. Let me go take this over to Mr. Mike so I thought I was doing the tank refill, but apparently I am not the smartest. 1 second.
Yeah.
Adjusting fill level and manual refill.
Manual refill.
Yes. Next start again.
Well, the equipment gets right.
So I did the first time, right? Said it failed.
Well, you got it back? Hey, is this a Lancer or a Lancer Evolution? I'd say it's a Lancer. The Evolutionary will not be.
Things work best when you open.
After you do the manual refill and you got a good tank on there, it'll keep taking out of that as it needs it.
Okay. Cool. That moment when you didn't turn on the tank. I forgot to open the tank. I call it a dial caliper. We did use pizza boxes to measure things. I see Dave's got a lot of troll accounts. Oh. So I know you guys are. So now we're kind of in a holding pattern again. I guess it doesn't really matter which one we do. That was the only new car that showed up today. And then what's left is this, which we're waiting for new hose connections, which should be back, I don't know, another half hour, however long it takes Jason to get from Audi to here. But the problem is Audi's on the other side of town, so it probably is going to be like an hour drive to drive there and back. And that's not counting the time he's got to spend in the frickin' dealer being like, where's my parts, man? Where's my parts? Discard or Oh man, I started a little fight in there. Twitch. Twitch by a long shot, thus far. But I also am not, like, huge. I'm not a big, not like a big YouTuber or something, so the amount of trolls I'll get is probably very minimal at the moment. Just people that don't like me on Twitch and they're gonna come over here and yell at me. Which I'm not sure why, but okay. However, I can't complain. Anyway, I have to hit the restroom real quick. Hey, Stormy. What are they taking out? If it's just nudity, then I'm pretty safe. This isn't OnlyFans, this is YouTube. Oh yeah, I heard of that. They're going to be taking along any medical misinformation. But we don't talk about any of that stuff on YouTube, so doesn't matter. Doesn't make a difference to me. Not exactly. I don't necessarily like the thought of censorship, but it's their platform, so. But I would argue that for regardless of what people were saying. The Devil Dog Gamer? I don't know what that is. Stretching. Are they removing the comments too, or are they just removing the videos? Like if somebody comments on one of my videos and they're like, stuff. It's kind of a slow day today, and I'm not really sad about that. I'm a little. It doesn't affect my paycheck because we're not flat rate. Is YouTube or Twitch more restrictive? YouTube would be more restrictive. Yeah. But mostly because it's mostly VODs. I'd say Twitch is less restrictive because monitoring thousands and thousands, or if not possibly millions of streams at a time is a bit ridiculous. They can remove the VODs if they say something dumb, or they can review the VODs and see if they said something that would be offensive or whatever, and then be like, all right, banned. But that would take a lot of manpower and a lot of effort, and I know Twitch is lacking in both. I have no idea, Root Beer. So I think it's more of they would both like to be restrictive. If they could, it's just one requires a lot more effort. And Google obviously has a lot more power and money to go with it. So if you have any automotive questions, now is a great time to ask. Or if you have any other topics you want to discuss that don't involve anything controversial on YouTube that I could get banned for, feel free to bring them up. But otherwise, we're just kind of chilling out together and seeing what's up. I gotta do that before lunch. I am clocked in, right? Oh, thank God. What else can we go over? What's that, Alan? Or if you want any opinions of mine on a car stuff. What can I do in the meantime, though? Amazon owns Twitch. Oh, you heard yesterday they started implementing verified phone accounts. So like two-factor authentication on your Twitch streams. You can restrict your streams to only allow people that have two-factor authentication on their account. So hopefully it'll reduce the amount of trolls, which was a thing that people were complaining about that Twitch wasn't doing enough for, and now they've done it. So the thing that I believe is going to happen now is that they're going to complain about, I don't know, not enough viewers. Do I like the new products from Amazon? I haven't used any, so I don't have a good answer for that. So there was a question that I posed on the Facebook, which is, what do you do when you have to replace torque to yield bolts and they don't have them? And there's a lot of yelling back and forth in that chat about that. And also, the thing that I think I've stumbled across is the statement of what exactly is torque to yield in the manual. So let's look at something. Let's open up something newish. 2017 Audi, let's do Q3. Steering suspension. let's do, nope, no manual there. Wheel bearing. I think I need to go to the overview. Ah, here we go. All right. So, this is something I'm very much curious, and I've been starting fights about it all over the internet lately. And I really want to know, for you people that work on cars, any things like that, when you see this, which says, when you see this, 50 Newton meters plus 45, always replace if removed. Replace if removed. Replace if removed. Always replace if removed, etc. Which is most all the bolts on here. So, when you're quoting this job to a customer, and you tell them about all these bolts you got to replace, and that's, you know, fine, whatever, you got to do that. What do you do when you can't get those bolts? You call the dealer, they don't have them. You look on your World Pack, whatever place you order them from, they don't have them. What do you do? Honest question. That's all I want to know. It's a serious question, and do you reuse the old ones? Is it torque to yield, or is it just one use only? Thank God. Is it one use only because it wants thread locker on it?
Are they right?
I don't know. I'll find out. Do I know what torque to yield's for? Yeah, it provides, it's an engineering thing that provides extra clamping force to prevent it's not the hoses. It's the radiators. Clicks on there, easy peasy. I was afraid of this. Just hurt my finger. Something's gonna break if I try too hard. It's the radiators. The radiators are too big. Their necks are too big or something. What do you mean less interaction? The same amount of interaction you'd be getting if I was on Twitch. Let me go up front and try this on the other radio that we have up there. I got one of them to fit over the other radiator. Well, that's because at the moment, let's put it this way, Sleazy. On Twitch before this moment, or before switching over to YouTube at this point, I was also not recording videos as frequently as I do now. I cannot get this one to go on there. I just can't. I can't. So we're gonna pull out this radiator. We'll have to try it on the bench or something. I don't know. I just know right now I can't get those hoses to click on. Maybe there's a bad angle or something, or I'm just really weak, or I don't know. But I got those two hoses we have another radiator, same manufacturer and everything. Click, click. The bottom one was a little tough, but it went on. This I can't even get it to get started. Good part is, we already did this once, so we know exactly what the hell we're doing. Come on, stay, stay. Woot woot! You go, Noah. Where'd my pick tool go? Oh, there they are. You know what you're doing on that car?
Not yet. I noticed the back.
All right, so look. First, take off this cover, T20s, hose clamp, and just pull that back. Put the hose clamp up there, pull that back, undo those, then you can pull the whole thing off. Then once you do that, I'll tell you what to do next. These are the type of connections that go onto this. Quick connects. this will not fit around the lower radiator hose that's there. So no, a hose stretcher will not do. Whatever happened to just the clamp? Ask the manufacturing and assembly workers. That's what happened. You know what takes longer to install? A hose clamp and a hose and getting it right versus click, click. That's the issue. Well, usually those assemblers are robots. They might be robots, they might be people. Good luck finding a brick out in the garage. Do you have a shortage of bricks? I hope you don't have a shortage of bricks. So clearly I just need to change the title to World's Sexiest Mechanic, eh? I need to get my hair cut this weekend. I'm starting to look like a hobo. Need to shave, need to cut the hair. I'm being very hobo-esque. Need to lower it down just a little bit. Bunk. So that doesn't sit there and lay on the hoses. This hose clamp, or this upper hose is going to be a nightmare. I can tell you that right now. Did I even plug in the fan connectors? I did not. Good for me. Good for me. I hadn't plugged them in yet. So I guess my point was, Sleazy, when you were referring to earlier, was if I'm going to try and keep up this pace of recording VODs and stuff like that, if I even do this on Twitch, it's going to be the same problem. I'm going to be quote-unquote less interactive. Out my damn way. Stupid transmission. All right, that, and then excuse me. One. Two. This. This. One. Two. These things are just a pain to get out. All right. I gotta put this probably back in this box. I got everything off. Yeah. Ye old radiator. Let me get the new one. 1 second. There. Okay. To prove we aren't crazy. Oh, money cap. Oh, I just hit the damn lift. Oh, right on the corner and right in my kneecap. That was just peachy. I love it. So yeah. That one fits. And that one fits even easier. Oh, he's breaking everything. Oh my God. This is why we can't let Noah work on stuff.
No, I was just trying
What you doing?
to clip back out because it popped off when I was taking it off.
Oh, hey, don't worry about it. You can just use a hose clamp. You can use a screw clamp.
Yeah.
We don't need to use that one.
No.
So, if you look down there, you can see the crusty pinkness on that. So what you're doing is the two areas you're working on are down there. So take the battery out, take this tray out, take this boot off, take this off. This is gonna be 225s right there. Just get that out of the way. Then you're gonna unclip those and undo that, and you'll be able to pull that whole boot off. And then you're gonna get stuck when you're trying to get this off. So I'll help you with that, because that's a pain in the butt. Noah's like, oh, all right, all right, all right. All right, all right, all right. All right, bottom, top. Yep, that's good. Hey, fun news though. Whoa. I don't know what that was. That was in a hurry. Barely even heard it. Usually you hear them woo woo, you know, come around for a little while. That thing was like woo. Bye. See you later. See how many ways I can stab myself today. We'll be doing the football game this Saturday, so that's exciting. Good part is it's a little earlier, so we won't be out quite as late. So I think, I don't know if it's this weekend or the next, but one of those weekends, we're gonna be running pretty hard up on volunteers. Because all the adult leaders have to go do stuff for the scouts. So it's gonna be me and the wife. All right, so there's that. Now we gotta replace this upper hose up here, which is going to be its own pain in the butt. Because there is no good angle to get to that. Except pulling out this air box, maybe. Which is no fun either. I don't think... Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think there's any bolts holding it down. I think it's just rubber mounts. I do have to get the top part off though. We will find out here in a minute. Also, if you haven't noticed, I uploaded a video last night, which is the condensed version of getting this thing off. So, if you guys haven't already gone and looked at it, maybe. Ah! I've been stabbed. Do consider checking that out if you want a fast version of this. But yeah, we'll be going and doing the football game. We're gonna bring the youngest son with us too, because he's about to be in Boy Scouts as well. As opposed to Cub Scouts. Come off. There we go. Right, that's exactly why. So unlike Twitch, where it comes to me personally, per se, is my content isn't really time sensitive. In fact, it's very much not time sensitive. And a lot of times it's can be even years out before a video is going to be popular, because maybe something hasn't run into it much yet. Just put you there. Oy, that was annoying. But we got really good access to this hose. And that's the biggest thing with my content that we do here, is that automotive content is, for lack of a better term, kind of priceless. Unlike, you know, hey, you're playing a video game. Yes, there is a point that you probably I won't be getting nearly as many views on it, like a 1984 something or other. It might get some, but it's not going to get very many. But it's got a lot longer longevity, and also it's a little different than your good old-fashioned gaming content or something like that, or even news, because again, years later, still relevant to somebody. I wonder how much coolant's going to be in here. Oh, good, none. I'm going to go grab a screw clamp hose connector instead of the spring clamp. Too small. Just right. Didn't have to go far. There's that. Tighten it down in a minute once I get the radiator in. And the same thing for this bottom one. So I think this one's going to need a bigger clamp. It's a little bit bigger hose. Yeah, man. Much bigger hose. I gotta go up front and grab one for that. One second. Alrighty. Getting slightly sleepy. Don't know why. Good. And that's in. All right, this time we're going to try and plug in all these hoses before we get the radiator like secured. So we're again just give it just a little bit more dielectric grease on these inner rings, so that way we have the best shot of getting them clicked in. Just trying to make sure they're lubed. Yes. these and these have all been switched over. And then I just need to put this air dam on. Which isn't super tight. Woo. Come on, you bastard. Are you serious? Stay. I'm gonna punt these people. Thank you guys for watching, turning on the stream at all. Those kind of things. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. There. See, that one went on. And so did that one. Amazing. Amazing. Now I'll just put in these little clips. Help it stay up. Damn it. There. There. All right, all in. Cool. Ow. Pinched my finger. Ugh. Awesome. So that, then the last one, the last connector we have to plug in is that one at the top, which I don't foresee an issue with, but might as well make sure. What a jerk. This is gonna work. This is gonna work. You're here and you will take 2 questions. No questions about swallows, laden or otherwise. Do you have a problem with birds, Dave? Is that what we're understanding? You are an anti-bird? I never knew that about you. You're anti-foul. Uh-oh, what'd you break?
I don't think I didn't touch nothing. It just
What'd you?
started seeing on. I just completely disconnected all this for the battery tray.
Oh shit!
Oh, is it leaking there too?
It cracked it. The pipe's cracked.
Oh damn! What did I say? 'Cause all I did was just pull this up just a tiny bit.
Oh no, it done broke it. Go tell Dave we need a hard line. That's a good question. No, it broke it. Oh Jesus! We're all dead. God damn. There we go. Got it in. I mean, to be fair, it shouldn't have cracked like that. That was pretty. You're gonna have to move that. That's unavoidable of what you were doing. That's just sucky. Sucky. That would be, honestly, that would be the first time I've ever had a hard line like that crack.
Yeah, I mean, I tried to be careful with it too, because I didn't want to, like, just yank on it.
Don't feel bad.
Always break parts.
Well, take a picture of it, I guess, and show it to Dave. Also, you could try reading on the rubber part of the hose. There's probably a part number on it. Yeah. 5C0. Ready? 5C0, 422, 887, Delta, looks like. Yeah. So take that up there. Go grab some mats or something, throw on that oil. I was like, that looked like power steering fluid there. It definitely was. Definitely. Yeah, it was a hard line. A metal or aluminum hard line just cracked on our shop Passat. Noah was moving the power steering line out of the way, and when he did that, when he was trying to move the power steering, what's the word? Reservoir. And it's got a hard line that goes, it's a rubber line, then it goes to a hard line, and he was moving the rubber line, and it broke the hard line. It's kind of crappy. Probably would have broke on me too. Not for sure, but I would say probably very likely. But it just split. creatine shortage? I have no idea. Why would there be a creatine shortage? You're not getting your workout juice? Or are you trying to call me skinny or something? Dude, I was looking at like an old video that I made for YouTube. Holy crap, I was so scrawny. I feel bad for ever looking like that. I look like Noah. Hmm? Oh, up in the corner of the building right there. You'll see like 2 or 3 boxes stacked up on each other. So I am very pleased that I go to the gym. Yeah. Oops. I think I did this last time too. This thing goes like back here. I don't like how this bottom one doesn't want to stay in. Oh, Jeffrey NYC is not Jeffrey, regular Jeffrey. Different Jeffrey. I was like, Jeffrey made a whole sentence. Did you see my short, Annie? So proud I have fangirls. Well, maybe girls, I don't know. Damn it, where is the hole? Not usually a problem I have. There we go. True. Yay, more subs. This is what I'm talking about. If you hadn't seen that, that is a short of my morning routine that I made the other day. I thought I did pretty good on it. What do you need to be an admin for, Stormy? You mean a moderator? The mod thingy. Why do you want to be mod, Stormy? He wants the timeout, Dave, don't you? Do you want a free run? Free on? You guys are silly. Stay. All right, there's that. Now I need the horns. You could say this car would like to be horny. I'll be here all week. I mean, I don't think I need any more mods. I got Toffee, who was enough mod all by himself, but I still let him share that power with Heretic and Dave. I forced him to. However, as the chat gets busier and busier, I'm sure at some point in the future I'll need more mods. So, of course, stay around. Good. Finally. It's a bad radiator. Bad radiator. Bad. Bad. We don't like you. Don't like you. Why you not want to work right, man? Hmm? Yep, haven't you seen Dave? It's changed him. I think everything's pretty secure. So yeah, we can go back to putting the front end back on again for the second time. It's our coolant container out there that we pour all of our coolant in. I mean, I guess technically I don't even have to hook up the front end to run the car. Let's move my crap out of this, move this crap out the way, and then we will go ahead and vacuum down the cooling system. Kabam. Kablam! To make sure that we have a sealed system. Hey, Bex. Also, if you really want my attention, typing at diamonmachine makes it yellow on my screen. It makes me pay more attention to it. So, if you're talking to me, then that would be appreciated, because then I can tell that you're talking to me. Or once you have my attention, then, you know, obviously, you can go a little bit more, less liberal on it. Yeah, and the mods can delete messages as they see fit. I mean, that's about it. There's no timeout, there's no, I don't even know if you can ban people per se. I think you can ban them from like this chat room. All right. Just as long as you don't like single white female me or something. Isn't that the movie? Where she kills that person and then takes their life or something. It's like, I'm that person. No, you're not. Yes, I am. Do what?
This whole thing out?
All right, so
'Cause all the bolts and stuff are loose.
you got that one out. Take that out. Take this out. And then this separates from there. It's pain. It's a big pain.
Didn't wanna yank on it too hard.
Yeah.
Tell if there was something connecting on the bottom or what.
David, find us a new. Then you just got to get that like little screwdriver or something, pop that wire off, and then you can move this, and then you'll be able to move that. Cool. Good. Let me get my coolant. Filling up my coolant. Let's go ahead and do the water part of it in this. Then we'll go get the coolant part. Fill it up some more. Because I'm probably going to need a decent amount of coolant for this car. Maybe. Who knows? Fine. Quaker State. Quaker State. Man, but I certainly did get quite a poop stirred up there. All right, let's vacuum it down all the way now. So just holding vacuum just all right. No staring at my butt while I do this. Got that. This is going to take a lot of coolant. Yoink. Mix, mix, mix. Quick, quick, quicks. We'll get air bubbles in there. A little bit left. Damn it, Bobby Johansson. I did go kind of heavy on the coolant this time. There we go. I just top off a little bit left in this jug. Perfect. She's full. What is my kind here, John McCran? Hope you made sure to hit that thumbs up button, yeah? McLaren. I looked at it and I saw McLaren. Sorry. Also, the text is very tiny. The text is very tiny. Tiny Tim in his text. Totally tubular. Tortugas. Ah, crap. Just one, I guess. Yeah, there we go. Woo! There's that. Nothing there hard to do with our there it is. Hook those things up in a minute, because they were just a pain in the butt to get off in the first place. This little filter thing fits like this. There. Woo. Oh, that's you, Rusty Shackelford? Well, hey, buddy. What's up, man? I will absolutely tell the government. You know it, and I know it. Those are really tiny. Where did I put those to? Yeah, because these go in the fender wells. This one on the bottom. What'd they do with those two tiny bolts? Shoot. They're not very big, and I'm pretty sure they were T20s. These are for the bumper, wheel well. Top wheel well. Ah, you're there. It's these. I admit nothing but Rusty is a cool guy. I would have to say though, Rusty, if you don't think the government knows all your alternate screen names, that's probably, unless you're using a VPN and you got all sorts of stuff to protect yourself against that, they know. Whether they care or not. Is a different story. Yay. Almost done. Guess we'll finish this up before we do lunch, eh? So we don't have it hanging over our heads. Because lunch is always more relaxing when you don't have crap hanging over your heads. Hey, Maggie. What do you mean, oof, he's on YouTube? Oof, he's going to have a much bigger viewer pool to pull from. And oof, he will be hopefully making lots more money. For not extra effort, that's the key. This thing's oily, oily, oily. But Meggie, here is a politics-free zone. We can discuss science, technology, cars, automotive, families, I don't care. Just not politics. Nothing that'll get me banned on YouTube. That is the only criteria. I know it's very difficult. But, you know what? It'll do a lot better for my mental health too. Should have pressure tested him. I need a screw on it if I'm going to screw it in there. Just holding the drill up to it isn't going to do me very good. Now we're going to bolt the front end part back in. Although, other than working with Noah a little bit on training the new guy, I don't know, the thing I'm a little more, can't decide if I'm more or less worried about it on YouTube is the amount of anal replies I'm going to start getting if I get more popular in the automotive category. Hey little guy, what's up bud? We're going to have a conversation about personal space and you being a spider, okay? So you go over here, go somewhere else please, thanks. There, have that box. It'll make you happy. A tiny little spider. Wasn't a black widow. If it was a black widow, it'd be dead. You stuck, Noah, or are you on lunch? Well, rack the car up because you're gonna need to pick it up. And also, just a piece of advice on my end of things is, if you're gonna be working under the hood for a while, get the car to where it's like right at your waist so that way you can hinge at the hips and you're not rolling over your back because that's really bad for your back. No? I mean, you don't have to pick it all the way up yet because yeah, you're gonna end up making a mess with coolant. see what I've actually done is I've tricked you all to come over to YouTube. I'm actually a deep sleeper agent for YouTube to get people to come over to YouTube from Twitch streaming. But yes, Maggie, being on YouTube is way more possible viewers. Oh, thanks for landing on my nose, you bastard. That spider was just like, hey, how are you, bud? How are you? Yeah, go on down. You got it, keep going. Evacuate this route. Come on, guys, like seriously. That's enough out of you, eh? Yeah, Dave's over here. Dave was over here the first day. Because despite the fact that Dave and I might disagree on political topics, he's my friend. So he comes over here and hangs out and supports the stream and stuff like that. All right, what you doing there? To be fair, you're probably gonna want to do the flange first. You're just gonna replace it, this flange. We have a new one up front. If you want to go get it to look at it, to see what it looks like, then that's all we got to do. So you'll want to disconnect the hoses off it. It's gonna make a mess, so grab a bucket and some rags. It's gonna pour over the sides, but then you're also going to make mess with the oil here from that thing too. So do the flange first, get off like this hose, that hose. I think it might just be two, and then there's a 10mm nut, 10mm nut. It looks like it should just slide out. Might dump more, but that's fine. And then get that flange off, and we'll worry about the surface being good, and then onward and upward. What was I doing? All right. Oh. Well, I wouldn't mind everybody being my friend. You know? Same with you, Rusty, even though you're a pain in my ass sometimes. Even Rotax is my friend, even though he drives me fucking up the wall. But I just couldn't have him in the stream because he was making me too stressed out. And it was probably mostly the combination of the politics of stressing me out and then having him telling me what I'm doing wrong was stressing me out worse. And so it just ended for bad things. So now it's just going to be him stressing me out about cars again. But since there's no politics involved, it shouldn't be a big deal. Hopefully. I'd still prefer not, you know, not being stressed out. I like not being stressed out. There. All right, that should be good enough for... I don't have the vacuum pump, but I got the repair kit back here. I had stole it to look at it, and then I kept meaning to bring it back up front, but it's right here. Nope, not here. I got it in the back. Yeah, I want to do the vacuum pump repair kit versus the pump.
Still need the vacuum pump gasket, or it comes in?
Nope, comes with it. Comes with it, so we can leave that stuff up front for right now. Now, if only I could find that. We'll find it in a little bit. He doesn't need it right now. He's worried about the. He's worried about the other thing. Oh right, I gotta plug in the frickin' fans. That's a good idea. Or else we're gonna have a really bad time. There. Fans are plugged in now too. Yay! Glad I remembered that. Alright, well, now I guess we lower it down, start her up, and I'm pressure tester first. I gotta come over here and wash my hands. Excellent. You having trouble with those hose clamps? I got some good hose clamp pliers if you want to use them. Try these.
I got one of them off.
That's what I would use for the longest time, but you'll find that these are just infinitely easier.
Oh yeah.
It's like a night and day difference. Now the question is, will our video today beat our likes yesterday? Which had a total of, doesn't tell me. I guess after it's done, it doesn't tell you, does it? It reverts. No. I threw the rag on the ground. But of course, if you need me for anything, DM me on Discord. Do what? Oh, no, that gray one there, I just had coolant in it. Awesome. Although I do believe we're getting aggregated more, or getting recommended more, because I think at this time we've had more quote unquote video playbacks than normal. So, yay. Again, baby steps. I don't expect much to be super different at the moment. From day to day, just hoping for little gains each day. Because unlike unlike some content creators, I'm not in it for the sprint, I'm in it for the long haul. That's what 5 years of streaming on Twitch tells me. Please don't blow a hose. Good. Got 15 pounds on it and nothing's popped off, so we're doing good. That's what I wanted to check, just to make sure we weren't gonna lose a hose or something going down the road. Yeah, they're fine. I don't begrudge it or anything. Like I don't look back on my time on Twitch and be like, man, that was a waste of time. I wish I could have spent more on YouTube in there, but live and learn. Because I'm very much more on offline content and that kind of crap. All right, so yeah, that's that. Now we start it. And we hope for the best. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. What the? Oh. misfiring some. It's almost out of gas too. We're not hemorrhaging anything all over the ground, are we? Nope. Good. Looking just all right. Listen to that growling, powerful 4.2 liter V8. Ooh, wom wom. Such strength, such power. We really don't have a lot of gas though. It's almost on the red, or it's getting into the red range, where it's like, you know, red range then empty. Good. One of the fans is just kind of cruising along, but it's for the AC. Want to make sure the other fan comes on. Let's turn the AC lower. And let's turn the fan on higher. I want them to sync. Where's the sync button? See the other fan come on. It looks like a new fan. Because I'm not 1,000% sure. I'm really sure I had it plugged in. I pulled the connector back off and plugged it back in again, but granted, it'd kind of suck if that radiator, or if that radiator fan failed, because we just had the fans off. But I couldn't exactly test it with an unsealed system, you know. Oh, I think it came on. Yep, cool. All right, both fans are running. I feel better. AC's banging. It's real good. Feels like it's missing on a cylinder though. But that's not what it's here for. It's here because, yeah, we're misfiring pretty. I don't know how badly. It's not actively misfiring, it seems. I mean, like, not, it is actively misfiring, it's just not a dead miss. There we go. So, no comments, no concerns, no questions. I'm not sure if I like how YouTube does their chat, but I mean, I don't know any other way they could do it. Mm-mm-mm. About halfway to warm. We got flow back to the bottle here. Seems like we're getting a little bit of air out of the system, so top it up a little bit more. The vacuum fill does a really good job at getting most of the air out, but sometimes it's not quite enough. So you just gotta be mindful. And also, I have something in my shoe. Hopefully it's not a spider. Rocks. Little tiny rocks. It's water. How so, donkey? I mean, I know they're coming for TikTok and they're coming for Twitch. Which, there are some things I do and don't approve of with that. I'm fine with competition. Like, you want to just compete with the other business models? By God, do it. If you can do it better, do it. And bring people in. I don't like, using the arms of the state to make things happen. So that's the only problem I would have, is if they're like, if YouTube is working with the federal government or something like that to squelch Twitch, I would have a problem with that. But if YouTube just wants to make a better streaming platform, go for it. Oh, I understand being worried about the censorship and stuff. Don't worry, I have my concerns too. But I am but a tiny fish in a large pond.
It's all disconnected and the two nuts are off. So.
Are those nuts all that's holding it on there?
No, they're off.
I think I see how it, I think this pipe, yep, that pipe interfaces with that. Which could be about the worst damn thing that ever happened. Because that means that solid pipe's got to move, which could make this way harder than it should be.
Yeah.
Way harder. Which makes me really hate engineers. Because it looks like that pipe has little ears that those nuts are holding against the flange. Maybe go look up the removal procedure on AllData. See what it talks about. Are we up to temp yet? Almost. Well, it's gonna be nice and crisp in this car. Do we have warm air? We do. So I believe we got some good, decent movement through the radiator. I still gotta put the under tray on. That's why I haven't dropped it off the rack, because I want to make sure I can see if there's any leaks under it while it's warming up. And then once it's done warming up, we'll turn it off, let it hot soak for a few minutes, put the under tray back on, and go test drive it. And hopefully just be done. Be done. That would be stellar. because I'm ready for this car to get out of here. So I think I figured out shortly. So asking people to share the video isn't quite as necessary as it used to be, but I guess it is not bad. If you know anybody that might like this, please feel free to send it to them. But generally, I think it's more about the likes and the comments and the general activity, because that is things that the algorithm will look at, and the more the algorithm gets tickled in its happy place, the more it will recommend you to various places. All right, we're good enough there on the heated up part. Pick it up, look for some leaks real quick, and then we'll go driver. Got a little water right there, but the AC's on this side, and I bet you it's just that. It's not coolant, it's water. And I believe that because the AC is running, it's condensating. Yeah, it is. That's what I was figuring. So if you want to look here, I was wondering where that water right there came from. And it's just this, see that hose? It's dripping off this low side hose right there. You can see the droplet forming because it's building up condensation because it's so cold. So our connectors look good, they're dry. Same thing over here. I'll be damned if I can see it, but it looks good from here. I don't see any leaks. Before we were pouring coolant out from here, like this was just absolutely moister than an oyster. So, looking good. Oil leaks, yes. Just yes. That's what it has. It has plenty of oil leaks. Yes. Apparently people showing up from outside links screws up the algorithm. That doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. Where did I put these fasteners? Thought I put them on the tray here, but clearly I did not. I should have I think it was 3 half-turn screws. So there were screws for that too, and there's not there either. So, here I put them. I was like, I had to put them all somewhere, and here they are. I put them on my cart. come on, you hocus pocus. There. Not ideal, but good enough. Yeah, I think it's more based on how long it can keep the user there, is what it's going to recommend. So all you guys are probably going to get tons of my videos recommended to you. No, I think it's about watch time is the latest. The problem is, yeah, you learn a lot from CGP Grey, but from also what I understand is that it seems as though when you start doing machine learning and algorithms and things like that, there is a bit of a level of unknown that goes into a lot of it. Like once it starts doing its thing, it's going to come up with things that may or may not be exactly what they expected it to do, you know? But I don't know if they have like AI running the algorithms on YouTube, although I can't imagine how they would do it manually. Unless they just tell the algorithm like, hey, we're looking for above 10 minutes of watch time or something like that. Clean up my hands again before I get in this car. We're going to load up the phone and go for a test drive. And then we're going to come back and eat lunch. And it'll be delicious. It will be delicious. Cool. Load up phone. Good. Good. Come on, you can do it. There it goes. Let's go. Ah. There's a seatbelt back here somewhere. this point, I would start being a little bit more concerned about those misfires. Could have gone, but I don't know. I don't particularly want to speed off in this car if I don't have to. It's hard enough pulling out in front of somebody on flat ground. It's not great when you got to do it up a hill. A reasonably steep hill. Plus, we got miles of space. At least hundreds of feet of space. Dude, that dude's trucking it. Hundreds of feet. Might find out that the thing's got blown head gaskets or something, though. Who knows? We just know that when I pulled it in, it was hemorrhaging coolant. Oh, need a little bit more space between me and the steering wheel. Got XM though, so that's nice. We are currently doing fine. We're up the temp and we are just cruising. So, at least the thing I like about at least Volkswagens, I don't know, I think BMW and Mercedes are kind of similar, but they have coolant gauge or coolant sensors in the bottle, and so you can overheat or you could run out of coolant, and either way it's going to tell you about both of them. If there is a leak that's leaking right now and it's starting to lower the level, it'll start screaming at me that the level's oil or coolant level's too low. Which is something I kind of wish I had on my Chrysler country back in the day. I was driving along and just, my gauge is normal. During a trip, you start doing a little something. And so we were around 3.5 hours, limped on home. I just fill it up before I went anywhere, and I just pour water in it and go. But it was about 2 weeks of that before I had a chance to take it in and fix it. But this was when I was not working at the shop at full time anymore. So I would just kind of come into the shop and help out and work on some things as needed, which is pretty rare. Whoa, motherfucker! You just blew through that fucking red light, dude. Like, holy hell! You almost hit a person. They pulled out, they saw you not slowing down, and then you just blew through it. What a douche. Should have turned the camera on the other way. Also, to be fair with this car, with this car, it's got 175,000 miles on it. It isn't exactly a spring chicken anymore. So the owner of this car needs to be aware of that it's going to start having little problems, and lots of expensive little problems, quickly. So I like taking this little route, which is around the frontage roads. I mean, the speed limit's only 45, so it's not like traveling down interstate speeds or something. But if for some reason I do have a catastrophic failure while I'm driving, I'm not stuck on the interstate or something like that. I'm just stuck on the side of the road. And hopefully, you know, I can coast into something like a parking lot. It's like they started building this wall and then they were like, you know what, we're done. And then they stopped. Are they waiting for the rebar to rust enough or something, or what? I really don't get a lot of the construction around here. They went and tore up a bunch of stuff immediately, and then it's just kind of like, eh. But I am not any kind of street building expert. Maybe they're waiting for the soil to get more compacted or something after rolling over it a bunch. Do they need to tear everything up and then wait a year or 2 or 3? I feel like any explanation saying that is the best option sounds like a load of bull poopy. You know, I've been thinking about it, and I can't decide if my wife's going to get really mad at me or something if I mention it to her, but her career writing and my career making stream stuff is really similar. To the point that we've been talking about how I might need to get an editor to start editing my streams and making them for content or whatever. But the problem is I don't make the content. I don't think it's worth it because any good content that I think is really worth saving, I can just record and go home and edit myself, like yesterday, the Radiator video, which I showed you how to take this radiator out. So, yeah. I hope I did a good job on that video. If you guys haven't watched it, anybody want to... It's like 10 minutes or something. If anybody wants to watch it and give me some feedback, like, did I get it enough? Try to leave a little silly things in there sometimes to kind of get the personality of the stream across, but generally I just try to cut it down for the main facts of what you need to do. Because those have been some of my most popular videos. I mean, I got videos with 100,000 views and stuff that were repair videos. Now, if I can just get that to translate into viewers for this. Come on, Mr. Light, we can do it. Also, our temps are still doing just fine. Ah, yellow. Straight, straight, right, straight, and to the right, and now we may go. Now we may go. We're almost back to the shop though. We'll just be able to park it out front. I mean, I'm satisfied with it. We're not overheating. The water level hasn't dropped down an appreciable amount, at least enough to turn on the light. So we'll of course check it again. But what I'd mostly want to do is park it out front, let it sit out there, be hot, let it cool down on its own, let it burp out whenever it wants to burp out, and then we'll just, you know, check it before they come pick it up. Like, give it a couple hours to chill. Otherwise, we looking good. Park and brake. Where's the key? The key for me with the live, laugh, love. I love you, Mom. Oh, how sweet. And then kind of a neat little frog. Ribbit. 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 Cool. Do smell coolant, but I presume that's probably just the coolant from when I made a big old mess the first time. Yeah. That and our coolant level's looking pretty good. I know it's on min, but it's also really hot, so once you start letting the pressure off, it's gonna come up. So that's why I want to let it sit out here in hot soak. Can't tell if that looks a little dark though. I might have to check that in the future. Anyway, she's good for now. I'm gonna top it up a little bit. Might have burped out some more air. Back to the back. I'm just gonna stop it. We should be here. Does it flex at all? Because it moves a little bit. Oh, there's another 10 there. Try loosening that 10 up. That should hopefully allow you to move it enough to get it off that stud. If you can get it off that stud, good. always move with that bracket loose? Really? Connection's not in the other spots that it's pull hard. Pick it up and look under it and see what it's actually attached to. Maybe there's another bolt down there somewhere that's holding it on. Awesome. Guess what time it is now? It's time for lunch. You know, our favorite time. So let me go throw my food in the microwave. Awesome. Lunch break. So if you're new to the stream, welcome. Hello. We are currently sitting down to eat some food. Cool. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, any topics you would like to bring up right now? Cars, science, technology, whatever. Right to repair. Do you guys think that manufacturers using torque to yield bolts is a bit of an end run around around right to repair? Do you think that they're intentionally making it difficult for us to repair cars because you need all these bolts and we sell them? Or do you think it's really just that, well, I mean, it takes practical engineering to make all these things accomplished, and the only way we can do that is by, you know, making you use the bolts that we use. And you can only use them once. You take it apart, it will never go back together again. Can't they ensure clamping push or just giving you a good old-fashioned torque spec? I guess I'd have to know a little bit more about the specific engineering for that. I mean, I know what torque to yield is, and I know how it functions and what it does. Because it gets you like a bunch more clamping force. I don't know, man. I still think it's a conspiracy. Let's try this. This is a Power Nation Extra. Just so nobody thinks that,
Today's tech tip has to do with the most critical fasteners in an engine. We've covered them before, but not very in depth. These are the fasteners that see the most stress during engine operation. Say hello to our little friends, the rod bolts. Like all bolts, they act like a spring. When torqued, the fastener stretches slightly, and that's what produces the clamp load necessary to hold it in place.
When the fastener is loosened, it will return to its original free length as long as it's not a torque to yield fastener. In high-performance engine builds, aftermarket fasteners are used because of their additional tensile strength due to them being manufactured of superior materials.
Depending on the material, the manufacturer will call for a specific torque value and fastener stretch with a specific lube to achieve a proper clamp load.
Don't rely on just the torque spec. Torque wrenches will vary in accuracy. The correct way to measure stretch is with a rod bolt stretch gauge like this one. Quality aftermarket fasteners will have indents on the top and bottom of the bolt for the gauge to register it.
Now we're going to show you why it's important to have and utilize a rod bolt stretch gauge. Now this rod is equipped with ARP 2000 rod bolts. The recommended torque spec is 75 pound-feet using ARP Ultra Torque Lube. Now the actual range of rod bolt stretch they need to be in is between 64 and 68 10,000ths. With no load on the bolt, the first step is to put the gauge on it and zero it out. Now remove the gauge and torque the fastener to 75 pound-feet. Now the gauge is reinstalled, and the reading shows we have 45 10,000ths, which is not inside the specified stretch range.
So what does this mean? Well, the fastener will not come loose. It just doesn't have the proper amount of stretch to achieve maximum clamping load. Now to get that, we're going to actually have to torque the fastener at a higher value than recommended to get into that range. And the best way to do that is to actually loosen the fastener and then increase our torque wrench in 5-pound increments until we get in that range. With an increase of 5 to 80 pound-feet, the stretch increased to 55 10,000ths. So we have to keep going. All said and done, we had to set our torque wrench to 95 pound-feet to be within the 64 to 68 10,000ths range. Now you know what it takes to properly set up your rod bolts, but that doesn't necessarily mean that your torque wrench is inaccurate. So to verify its accuracy, we'll set it back on 75 pound-feet and give it a click on our tester. Manufacturers keep the torque specs on the low side to keep you out of trouble.
I have a serious question. Why is everybody all anal about pound feet lately? I'm also still not convinced. I mean, I get that one, and I understand using like torque to yield on a rod bolt or torque to yield on a crank, like a crank bearing or a cylinder head or valve train or something like that. But for like a suspension component, is that really necessary? Or can we use regular pin bolts that we can take apart and put back together without having to replace them every time? On things that you typically have to go into. I feel like they're making our job unnecessarily difficult for no good damn reason. What is torque yield? Okay, we'll watch a video because I can try and explain it, but
Coming
Oh,
up,
God.
the Mad Jedi.
sorry, I didn't realize that was half an hour.
TTY. What does it mean? And why does it apply to suspensions? Well, we're going to find out
I
next.
guess we'll find out next, eh?
This video is sponsored by Miley, manufacturers of automotive parts for over 23,000 passenger vehicles. Visit Miley.com for more information.
TTY stands for torque to yield. It means a fastener that actually stretches to keep the clamping force on the joint. This means as you screw it in, the fastener actually stretches. This is normal. And it's designed this way because it applies more consistent clamping force over a longer period of time. So why are more manufacturers using torque to yield bolts? Well, most of all, it's the clamping force. You can exert more clamping force on a control arm, subframe, or other suspension component with a smaller diameter fastener. This means that the clamping load is going to be consistent throughout the entire life of the component, and chances are it's not going to vibrate.
Cool. They told us right there with a smaller diameter fastener. Them engineers figure they can, they can get you a smaller fastener. It's lighter. Anyway. I'm being an ass.
Loose. But there is a catch. Over time, when torque is applied to these, it stretches. This creates the clamping load. But they can distort and actually grow in length over time. So when you try to put it in next time, it's going to be too long, and it may be stretched out and not able to apply the same clamping load to the suspension component. So how do you install a torque to yield fastener? Well, you'll notice when you look up the specs, you'll see a torque number and also an angle. Apply the initial torque to the fastener and then tighten it anywhere between 30 to 200 degrees, depending on the manufacturer, and you're going to need to look that up in the service information. So how do you know you're dealing with a torque to yield fastener? Well, most of all, look at the fastener. You're going to want to look at a bolt that has a shoulder like this, and typically 1 or 2 washers on it that indicate that it's a torque to yield fastener. But never take chances. Always look up the torque specifications and procedures in the service information. I'm Andrew Markell. Thank you very much.
Damn it, you made me miss the end of it.
Information. So how do you know you're dealing with a torque to yield fastener? Well, most of all, look at the fastener. You're going to want to look at a bolt that has a shoulder like this, and typically 1 or 2 washers on it that indicate that it's a torque to yield fastener. But never take chances. Always look up.
I think engineers just want to get out of being lazy and not letting us work on things. It's to ensure clamping force. But it's to ensure clamping force. That's the propaganda they've been telling you. No, Dave. Did you not? You had to ensure clamping force. This one was actually really good the second time. It's from big bolt manufacturers. I don't know. It's really frustrating. You know why it's really frustrating? Because half the time you can't get the damn bolts. They'll be like, torque to yield, torque to yield, torque to yield. And you're like, hi, dealer. I need these bolts. They're like, yeah, we ain't got them. What do you guys do? Oh, we just reuse the old ones. Okay. The used head gaskets? Nice. You spray like copper coat on them or something? I don't know what Fastenal is. So, no? Why'd you hit him with a torch first? Help the copper coat adhere to it or something? But so, like, I'm also getting mixed messages. Are all bolts that you tighten down to a torque and then turn an extra degrees, are those all torque to yield? Because I've heard claims that they're not that way, so if they don't have the extra angle, then they're not torqued to. Even if they have the extra angle, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're torqued to yield. I've heard it both ways. So I've had some people say that if absolutely, see, that's what I've been told. That's what I was in the. I believe that's what I've been told too. I mean, we could just watch Eric.
Greetings, viewers. Eric the Car Guy, also known as ETCG1, when posting videos to this channel. Thank you so much for watching. And hey, if it is your birthday, happy birthday! Yay! Here's a cake. Today's topic, torque to yield bolts. Why? And are they any better? And, you know, what's the deal with torque to yield bolts? Let's just go with that. These aren't actually torque to yield bolts that I'm holding up here. These are just bolts, head bolts that I have from something that I'm using for dramatic effect. Feel the drama? I very recently posted a video about the cylinder head installation on the Mini that's behind me, and I can assure you it is up and running. I've been driving it for the past, almost 2 months now after that video was completed. No problems to report. It's actually been driving around just fine. Don't believe me? Here.
Oh shit. That's why it wasn't working. I was on the wrong microphone.
First, let's start out with what torque to yield is. Torque to yield is a fastener that is designed to stretch to keep a given amount of tension on a component. And normally you can identify if you have torque to yield bolts, like for instance on a cylinder head gasket, and your cylinder head bolts, and you're scratching your head wondering why you have to buy new bolts, or if you have to buy new bolts. If you look at the torquing procedure and there's a degree in the torque, meaning it says torque to 35 foot-pounds and then 90 degrees and then another 90 degrees, that's a pretty darn good indication you got torque to yield bolts and you don't have regular conventional bolts. Torque to yield bolts, as stated, are designed to have a certain amount of stretch. I recently had the pleasure of talking to a Honda engineer whose job it is to verify torque. Yeah, I know, an ultimate torque Nazi. No, actually, no, he's a really nice guy. Drives a Honda Beat. If you know what that is, you're cool. He was telling me about torque, and we were having a discussion about this, and I was trying to get a little more information myself to pass along to you. And one of the things that he said that really struck me was, it's not the torque, it's the tension. And what he means by that is it's not the torque that you're applying to the fastener so much as the tension that the fastener is applying to the component you're trying to fasten. So I did a little more research on this, and I'll put links to these articles down in the description because I find this fact in particular fascinating, and you're probably not going to believe me. That's why I've linked these things down in the description. But up to 85% of the torque that you're applying, that twisting force, with your torque wrench, actually goes to overcoming the friction of that fastener and the threads and everything in that component. And only 10 to 15% of the torque you're applying is actually being applied to fasten that component together. Think about that. So say you've got something that you're torquing to 100 foot-pounds. Like 85 to 90 foot-pounds of that is to overcome the friction of turning that fastener, not for holding the component in place. Let that sink in for a moment. Interesting, right? Then it gets into all this stuff about like adding lubricants. Like I usually put oil in the threads of head bolts when I put them in. It's something I've done for a very long time. Well, I'm coming to find, as far as accuracy is concerned, that may be upsetting things. And it may create inconsistent torque values to some degree. Ha, pun intended. So this is why companies like ARP, whose job it is to make fasteners, that's what they do. In fact, I just finished putting the engine and the Fairmont back together, and I was putting the head bolts and everything together, and ARP has a special lubricant. It's like a moly-based lubricant that you apply to the threads of those fasteners before you do your torque. And the reason for this is so that you can get a very accurate torque. Because remember, 85% of that twisting force is to overcome the friction. of that fastener. So they have special lubricants for this, and this is why they have it. And I found this very interesting. So let's talk about torque to yield a little bit. Torque to yield, those bolts are designed to be elastic. They're designed to stretch. So this is why you have to replace them, because this is why we're all scratching. I had to go to BMW to get a set of head bolts for this, and I ended up spending like 85 bucks. And that was not cool. You can get them cheaper out there, but I went straight to the dealer and paid dealer price. Yes, bend me over a chair. But I needed to get the thing back together because those are torque to yield bolts. And the reason you can't reuse them is once they're stretched and they're pulled out, that's it. Their elasticity is no longer there. You got to reuse them, and there's a chance that they could break, hence the reason why you have to replace them each time. So why are they showing up everywhere now? It seems like most modern engines are using torque to yield bolts. Well, remember, it's not the torque, it's the tension. And those torque to yield bolts are very good at holding tension onto a component. If you're using traditional fasteners instead of torque to yield fasteners, if you were to have the same clamping force a torque to yield would have, you would have to oftentimes make a larger diameter bolt or alter that bolt in some way to make it have the same properties as that torque to yield. So torque to yield provides good clamping force in a tight, compact space. That's what I've come to understand about those.
So what I hear is that torque to yield is a cop-out for proper engineering.
Fasteners, and I find that very interesting, and they are using them more and more. Engines are getting smaller, have been getting smaller for some time. The sucky part is when we go to replace, say, a cylinder head gasket or something like that, we have to replace the bolts that go along with it, or in this case the crank pulley, have to replace the bolt that goes along with that. Okay, so my problem with torque to yield bolts is, say for instance with the traditional torque setting, I go through and I torque everything down to the torque that it says, but then I go back to those middle fasteners and I find that with that same torque setting on my torque wrench, there's still like maybe a quarter turn or something that I still have there. Now the outer ones are fine, but it's just those center ones that I started with. With torque to yield, I can't go back and check those center fasteners after going through the sequence on the other fasteners. So I will say this though, I've never had a problem, and this one hasn't had a problem since I put it back together. As I said, I've been driving it for a couple of months now. So perhaps it is time to add a torque angle gauge to our toolbox because, well, we're seeing this more and more. Now me with 90-degree angles, I don't really sweat it too much. As you saw in that video, I just sort of eyeball it. Yeah. Once again, it's the tension, not the torque, and I'm not going for an exact torque value. I'm going for a given tension or a given stretch to that torque to yield bolt in order to achieve the proper clamping force. This rabbit hole goes very, very deep, and I'm only scratching the surface here and only spitting out some facts to you, but I'll link in the description some.
So here's the link to that if you want to watch the whole thing. I highly suggest going over there and giving it a thumbs up because, you know, I mean, we're here using the information, so. Did it post? Did I not hit enter? I did. Does it not show up in my, there it goes. Go give the video some love because, you know, we're using some of the content, so. Yeah, pretty much. Less material, less expense. And once it's been purchased, they don't care anymore. You just gotta come to them to get more bolts. I don't know, man. I don't like them. I don't like them at all. I get the point of them. I understand it. I just think it's stupid. I don't like it, and I wish they would stop and go back to building engines with proper bolts that you could take apart and put back together and not have to spend a fortune on getting more of them. I don't know. I bet you the development of the bolt initially, sure. But after that, we ain't talking about that. Camille killer. Guess we're just gonna have to be deleting comments. You gonna get the frickin' algorithms or the AI bots pissed off at us. I'm just gonna trash that comment. Someone worse than Dave to a point that I defended Dave. Oh my God, how did you not jump off a bridge into a river? That'd drive me nuts. We're not doing any politics on YouTube, period. End of story. I don't even know if I want to do Sundays. Because basically, as I put it the other day, I've been happier, I'm less stressed. The only thing I'm stressed about is just like how well is YouTube doing, if I made a video, you know, I got a bunch of stuff to edit, stuff like that. But otherwise, I'm not watching, I hardly go on Twitter anymore. It's very nice. No, it's my decision. Well, also, I don't want to talk politics on YouTube because I like to keep my channel. But, I mean, even if there was like total free speech on YouTube, I probably still wouldn't want to, because it's adding stress on things I don't need to add stress on, you know? Arguing with people about politics while I'm fixing cars, which is stressful sometimes. It's normally on normal cars when you're just fixing things along and you're just bolting things here and bolting things there. Everything's just groovy. It's that. That's not that car. That's a Beetle. You can just set them on my stool over there. Yeah, I mean, basically, Dave puts it correctly. It's just stressful. Got dirt in my hair. Some things falling off of cars. Well, that's great, but maybe we'll revisit that a little bit in the future. Let me find a good happy medium with getting this done, and then maybe if a few weeks or whatever, it's like, all right, I can't not talk about this. I'll boot up Twitch on a Sunday and be like, let's argue. No, it's not because of Dave. Lots of politic channels have to be self-sufficient in like donations or tips or Patreons, or even Patreons will drop you or if you don't say the right things, etc., etc. It's dangerous as a content creator. But what that talks about is I don't want to talk about super obviously things that'll get me banned, like the thing that they poke in your arm, stuff like that. I don't want to discuss that stuff here at all. But if you want to have like a discussion of how should we best push forth right to repair in your local communities, and that's political, I'm down for that. Like, you know, how do you meet your representatives so you can, what would you want to advocate for in order to get right to repair laws passed in your state? Like, that's something I'm very much interested in trying to get done. Can I do an STS with a statue guy who lost to Larry the Cable Guy? I don't want to talk any of those. That's not on the list of things to talk about. If it's not related to cars or technology, and what I mean by that is like right to repair is related to cars, it directly affects my my shop and my business in general, and my career. it's those types of things. Like Tom Eric's thing, I would definitely, we'd talk about that. Like, where is that? They tried to add a law to prevent you from fixing their own cars. I don't even want to discuss that, Tommy. I guess we'll have to make a once a month what do I think channel or on Twitch. Oh, it's in Norway. Interesting. It's kind of scary. You mean Sunday streams? What was your name on Twitch, Tommy? But also thank you all for being here. So let's put it this way then. I want to get YouTube to where it is making me good amounts of money and not worry about Twitch and the politics until I get this good and stable and kind of like into a habit of how I'm doing it, and like everything's just kind of on cruise control. And then when we're like, cool, we got free time here or here or here, we can work something else in. You know, that's the only thing I'm not too... Well, yeah, I guess I could add that link in the description, isn't it? This has got a description. Well, thank you, Mr. Killer. It's not Karma Killer, is it? No. It would be Keme? L? Camille? Oh, okay. Your taters. New radiator was required. The new hoses didn't fit on the other radiator either. Colonel Killer? Oh, Colonel. Oh, I thought that was an M, not an R. It's very tiny text. I should probably figure out how... I need to like install better YouTube chat or something so I can make the font bigger. I also think that a lot of there is a level in which politics has festered in our in our society more than it ever has been in the past. I mean, I realize people shot each other over politics in the past, but I don't know. When I was a kid, I know that my parents would talk about it, and maybe sometimes you'd hear your friends' parents talk about it, but generally, my kids know more about politics than I ever did when I was their age, you know? And I don't think that's how we need to do it. I think that's unnecessary stress on them about things that they have no control over, and there's no reason to worry about it. I also believe that a lot of people are, I mean, they've been doing that forever, but think of the kids. But now they're like putting kids out in front, being like, think of the kids. And it's like, oh, come on. How dare you? You know, for instance, can't criticize. It is but a child. So you put that out there because the idea is not very good, and you want somebody else that's unattackable to be the face of it. That's what it makes me think. That's kind of like my automatic go-to. Unless it's like they're advocating for a new playground. But my only advice is just, if you have children, make sure you know what they're learning and where. Watch what they're being taught in school. Just be aware of it. Because we were looking at, we were doing history yesterday. I got home and the wife is still doing history with the boys, and she was reading some of it, and then she gets to it and it says, we're talking about the Louisiana Purchase and then acquiring Texas. And she's like, she reads the thing and she goes, what? I was like, what? She goes, there's one paragraph here that talks about the Mexican-American War. I was like, really? She's like, yep. She's like, it tells us the dates and that it was fought over Texas. It's like, maybe we'll look into that one and get a little bit more information, because I know there's a lot more to it than just that. But then it also goes to the same problem of, if you spend all your time and you try and learn all of history, you'll spend all of your days learning everything that ever happened in history, and you won't have time to do anything. So you do have to kind of condense and compress where you can. But it does concern me. It does. Noah, you were in high school more recently than I was. Was it extra political in high school when you were there? Did you notice any like extra politics that you would have nothing to compare it to, though, so I don't know how you would know.
It was getting kind of political, but
Did you talk about politics in any other classes besides economics or government? Not really?
unless it was like a student bringing it up. So,
Oh, well, if the student brought it up. Maybe.
I had people like kids in my class.
Ah, the ones who are like ready to go out and protest everything.
Yeah.
Them kids that are
Before they can even vote, it's like, well,
to the streets. Okay. He says he definitely had extra political kids in his class, but the teachers wise, he went out to one of them schools out in the red districts out in the country, where them boys roll up in there with their big old four-wheeler, or not, their big old four-wheel drives, and their, I think it was back when I was in high school, the kids would show up at school, at places like that where they'd have their gun rack in the back of the truck because they just were hunting. And especially when my brothers were in school, they still had a smoking section for the students. But there was once upon a time I think it was around here. It might not be. I might just be misrecalling it. But they were talking about that one time a kid came into school waving a gun, and the principal walked out to his truck, got a shotgun, came inside, and was like, "Put it down," and he did.
it's also street now.
Yeah. I know. Well, the thing was, you didn't get to see the transition. I got to see the transition after Columbine. I was in high school when that happened. I was in 9th grade. 9th grade was, I mean, it was, you could go out to the restaurant and go eat, and then you come back for the rest of your school, whatever. If they were soft, if you could drive a car, lunchtime came, everybody was out to go to like Rush's or McDonald's or wherever. And then they come back for the end of the day of school. And then the next year we had IDs, the doors were locked. Like it went from like you could go there and learn to you are staying now forever. The resource officers made their debut, etc., etc. That was very interesting. There was a rather funny comment I read the other day. It was yesterday. That said, on every social media on the planet, you can criticize any religion on the planet except for one, because its followers are extremely, fanatical. I'll let you infer from that what you will. Columbine happened 8 miles from your house. How was that where you were, Dave? Jeez. It concerns me. What was worse is that my wife and her friends, they were known as they weren't the trench coat mafia like they were in Columbine, but my wife and her friends and stuff, when she was in school, they wore trench coats all the time. It was just like she was goth and that was the style and whatever. After that, they were like, yeah, we're going to have to ask you to not wear that. Because her friend he would be wearing a trench coat and he would bring his gun case because it had all his Warhammer figures in it. So he's just strolling through school wearing a trench coat, carrying a gun case. And they're like, yeah, we need you to not do that anymore. Oh, okay. Wait, did somebody not know what Columbine was? If anybody doesn't know, if you're like global or whatever, Columbine was a school shooting in the United States in what, 99? I think it was. And yeah, that was those guys that went nuts and shot a bunch of people. I mean, they were stacked with weapons though. Like, holy crap. Hell yeah, it is. Why'd they do it? Nobody knows for sure. They assumed it was because they were getting bullied and stuff in school pretty harshly. Because if you looked at like the victims, it was a lot of like popular kids or things of that nature. I mean, it's psychologically, it's a really interesting conversation and story to look into and find out like what drove these people to this like kind of a psychotic break. I don't know. I'm not claiming I know anything about what exactly happened there, so this is all just what I remember. It was video games. Well, then why aren't all of you guys out there playing Car Mechanic Simulator 2021? And you can all be here working on cars with me. Honestly, though, it's not a terrible introduction. Like, to be totally honest, if you want to get any idea of how cars work, if you play a game like Car Mechanic Simulator, it is better than nothing. You know, it's gonna, like, wheels, brakes, rotors, pads, exhaust pipe, catalytic converter, you know, it'll give you some idea of, like, what you're looking at. So that way when you do get into it, you open the hood, you're like, oh, that looks a lot like what was called an intake in the game. That's because it is. Oh no, they were both killed. They offed themselves. Yeah, they had no intention of finishing or getting caught. Yep, all you gotta do to fix this car is, we've been doing it wrong this whole time. We just have to look at it and wait for the icon to turn green and hold the mouse button, and then it's good. Actually, holy crap. What they're doing with Car Mechanic Simulator is they're training AI how to learn to fix cars so we can be replaced. I need all of you to uninstall it immediately. Awesome. I mean, if you guys haven't hitting the thumbs up button, that'd be super helpful. So what we decided on for the moment is I'm not going to break up the stream into 2 chunks because I really don't want to go back and edit it, honestly. It's a lot of effort. So, crap, I forgot to say that this morning. I really need to start every stream in the morning as hello and welcome to the live stream. This is just a bulk recording of everything that happens today. I stream it for everybody to enjoy, so that way you can see what happens here, and you can't claim like, oh, we just edited it out. Yeah, I edit out a lot of stuff. It's because it's not important. Not because I'm trying to cover something up that you know of. So that's mainly what I want this to be, is just the bulk VOD recording. I don't know if I'll eventually, unlist them. Like maybe after a couple months I'll just put them on unlisted. But it's content and it gets me extra numbers. So that's my kind of hitch, if you will. Because if I want to make this work as well as I want it to work, then I'm going to have to be as transparent with you guys as I possibly can, because 1, that's just how I roll, and 2, I'm lazy. Like, let's be serious, I'm lazy. And if I can get away with less editing and just have to worry about making a content once a day, and then uploading it, like yesterday's Radiator video. I need to make more shorts though. If I got to keep all the weapons I found in cars, I would have a pretty good arsenal about now. That's just the truth. Yes, Noah, as a precautionary measure, when you open glove boxes, open them slowly, because sometimes they have guns in them. One day I popped open a glove box, and the little latch things that slow it down and stop it were broken, so the glove box just flopped into my lap, the gun slid out. I was sitting on my lap, and I'm like, oh, hello.
How was it, Honda?
I don't know if you're loaded or what.
Yeah, I was at Honda, and I rolled back a seat because I was cleaning one, and a box opened up with a gun in it. I was like, oh shit, I didn't mean to do that.
Yep.
Gotta watch out.
Well, no, like the shorts that YouTube is promoting, their TikTok killer stuff, is 15 to 60 seconds is the kind of short they need. So also for you guys that are watching, if you could be as so kind as to maybe help out with that sometimes. If you're like, dude, make that a short, then I can totally do that. Just help me recognize things, because if I get used to it, then I'll start seeing it more too. Kind of like when your wife's pregnant and suddenly everybody else is pregnant. You're like, why are there so many pregnant people? Well, there aren't any more or less than normal. It's just you notice it. The most crazy thing we found in cars? Noah might like this one. It wasn't something I found, but Eric was working on a car that he opened up the trunk and it was full of phallic objects because the lady sold for like a personal massagers, if you will, as a side business or something. So it was literally a trunk full of Might be able to pull some Twitch clips. I mean, I have one. No, not yet. Although she did tell me something good last night, and I forgot what it was, and now I feel bad. She's gonna have to tell me again. I gotta write that down. Also, in case you're wondering, I am trying to stop swearing as much too, because that is less advertiser friendly. I mean, if I bash my head or hurt myself and swear, I'm not gonna hold myself accountable too bad for that. But just the random comments about those things. Why is the car vibrating? It's not vibrating for the reason you think it is. Here's the closest thing I have to a thirst trap short thus far, which I like that video. I feel like I did a decent job editing that video. Like, I think I made just right. Look, I have like a perfect YouTube, what's the word? Perfect YouTube rating, like where it comes to, do you rate, because they qualify it by like excessive language, sexual content, adult topics, things of that nature. Like they go down and down and down. And I'm like, I'm just fixing cars, yo. Other than an occasional swear word here and there, not really much. Not really much going on here. Yeah. And also, I mean, this isn't a persona or anything. Like, don't think that this isn't generally who I am. It's just me with a little less swearing. Right? Hopefully we keep working on it. Hopefully we keep working on it. And we're at lunch too. Like it's not the you know, it's not like I'm elbow deep in an engine right now. So, I mean, I am super thrilled that thus far, since we've started streaming on here, we've just kind of had, it's tiny growth, but steady is better. I would rather take slow and steady versus a flash in the pan. I'd rather be another year and we're back to 150, 200 viewers or whatever, and we got a lot of subs at blah, 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 blah. No, I typically don't. How long have I been on YouTube? Total, like uploading stuff at all? Years, many years. Live streaming? It's Thursday? A week. A week. Not counting Saturday and Sunday. So last Thursday, almost exactly this time, we switched over to YouTube. We were like, screw it, let's do it, let's go over to YouTube. And so I moved over to YouTube. Yes, they do. Every day, Tommy. Every day. I see. But yeah, I'm intending to stream on YouTube pretty much exclusively. I'll still stream on Twitch for like today or tomorrow or this weekend. I'll be streaming with my youngest son because he needs to sell popcorn for Scouts, and so he's going to be peddling that while we're shooting people in the face. My ADHD makes me do all sorts of things, but I try not to let it. Yeah, I should make a Nightbot command for it, like more money, better exposure, better discovery, better percentages, like better offline income. Like there's just, if I were to make a list of all the things that are good about streaming on YouTube, and then I'll list of things that are good about streaming on Twitch, the YouTube one's going to be way longer. There are advantages to streaming on Twitch, but I want more than what that's able to provide, obviously. I don't even know, like, there's always that question in the back of my head. I'm trying to see where this car went. There's always this question in the back of my head of, like, if I never got into the politics on Twitch, would I have been more successful or less successful? We'll never know. Because I think a lot of people liked coming in there. They didn't care about cars. They wanted to talk politics. And Twitch is only good if you're live, and that's one of the biggest, and that is one of the biggest problems on Twitch, is you don't grow offline. You don't grow offline, you don't make any money offline, you don't do anything offline. Unless you're like super mega huge. But hopefully on YouTube, you can grow more offline. People can come watch the VODs. If they like it, stop by. It'd be great. I'd love to chat with you. All that stuff. Pretty much, Tommy. So I don't know. The one thing that my wife has always said is that other than my political views, which can be rather contentious to some people, other than that, I'm just generally a Boy Scout type person. I have a very, what's the word? Just a very friendly, come hang out with me type personality, so. Well, Third Rock, you're gonna get a lot more exposure on here if you put up streams or videos and things like that. There's gonna be way more people that are interested in astronomy on YouTube than they are on Twitch, because I'm not gonna go to Twitch and be like, I wonder if there are any astronomers on Twitch. I'm just gonna go to YouTube. And that's 99% of the reason why I switched to YouTube, because people don't go to Twitch to find help with their car. They will be on Twitch and they will realize that there's a mechanic streaming on Twitch, and they'll be like, oh, I wonder if he can answer my question. And then they leave. On Twitch, I was the most well-known, underviewed, or least viewed person that existed. Most of the big names on Twitch know exactly who I am. They know of me, and they know where to find me, and all this other stuff. But, like anything else, no. And just generally, it's pretty toxic. Maybe I should sit down and make an actual list of like, this is why I'm streaming on YouTube. This is why I was streaming on Twitch. Here's your pros and cons. Read them and let me know if you have anything else I should add to either one of them, for what reason. All right, let's get in this Beetle and get its ignition coils, spark plugs, and coil connectors swapped out so we can get that done. Exactly, Tommy. I definitely attract an older audience because cars work in general, work. Not to poo-poo on the younger generation, but work. They don't want to hear that. It makes people feel awkward. The best comment I think I ever had on Twitch was, I am guilt-free viewing on Twitch because you're learning something. If you're watching video games, are you really doing anything? At least here you're learning something that you can take forth to the real world that could possibly help you, you know? Like, oh crap, my car is doing X, Y, or Z. Oh wait, I remember watching this guy work on that, and he did this, and he managed to get it home, or get it this, or do something. We'll find out, Dave. And to save your worries on that, I think out of 1.3 or 1.2 billion people that watch YouTube, if I can capture 0.01% of that want to sit around and watch me all day, that's a pretty big damn number. Comparatively speaking to what we're used to. All right, let me go get the key. I'll be right back. All right, sorry. I turned that down, didn't I? Okay. I was just up front adding one more. All right, we're gonna make a video out of this one. Did you get any luck on the getting that pipe to move? So you think it'll pop out some more?
Yeah, because it's
Yeah, check the other side of it. Check this side of the post. Like lock it down. Like maybe there's another bolt on the bottom of it or something. But yeah, if you can take that off and get more success, go for it. Innovate, ingenuity, etc., etc. Wait, do we still have this Beetle here? We do. Cool. Start recording because I would rather have too much recorded than not enough. So, even though I don't have to pick this up because I'm doing just the top stuff, we're going to be working on the spark plugs and the coils and the coil connections, I'm still going to pick it up because it will be much better for my back. I don't want to have to bend over so far. I am tall enough that this is just irritating to be under, because I am a nice flat 6 foot, maybe 6'1" with shoes on, etc. And probably not these shoes though, they're not very thick. So I like to get it significantly higher to work on it. Something more like right there. Because what I want to do is I want to be able to hinge at my hips, not doing this, trying to get under the hood and crap. I don't like ducking. So we'll set that right there. Awesome. So what we're going to be doing is we got a bag of crap over here, and the first thing we're going to be doing isn't the plugs. Where are the rest of them? There they are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have, making sure there's nothing information-wise on here, these. Part number right there for Baker 0973 724. What are these, you ask? Why, they are quite important where it comes to Volkswagens. Boxes, bags are hard. New connectors. No pins, no nothing, just new connectors. These things break all the time, especially when people don't know how to get them loose. Even if you do know how to get them loose, they can still break because they get old and brittle and fall apart. And so what happens usually is that little tab in there, that one that's lifting, it just snaps off, as you will find out here. So we're going to depin and repin all these and move them over. And so I'm going to take you on the beautiful trip of the journey of doing that. Trying to find a good spot to clip you down. I guess, yep. Maybe there? Yeah, that's good. All right, so first thing we're gonna do is unplug them all. We're gonna worry about the coils and the plugs later after we get all the connectors changed. So how you want to get these loose, stick your pick tool under the front, broken, 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 not broken, not broken. So you want to stick your pick tool down under the front, slide it up, you'll hear a slight click, and that means it's coming loose. Again, this one's already broke, so away we go. Away we go. This one's also broke. This one is not. There we go. Yeah, there we go. So we're going to get all these loose to where we can move them around really easily, like this. We can even disconnect this one, which again, I like to go in through the front, lift the tab, pull back. There. Got plenty of slack, plenty of room to work. So we'll start with this broken one. So in these, you can see this little purple ring. Got to pop that ring back. How far is the question? Seems like this second notch here. There's two little notches, one there and one there. This is locked, this is unlocked. Although this one just is going to come all the way out, I guess, which also is functional. So what you really want to use, which we're going to try, I finally got a tool set for this, and they are right here. Got these on Amazon for like 12 bucks, I think, 12. It was less than 20, I know that much. So we're going to try and find something that looks kind of similar to this. I think you want the kind that, yeah, that looks like a good one. That looks like a possible winner. So you want to stick it in there, and that should hopefully depin it. But we might not have the right kind. Again, it's going to be trial and error for this. I've never used this before. I usually just use like needles or something. Feels pretty tight. Trying to find something a little bit more narrow. Seems like we got a little too narrow. Was this the one I just had? Maybe. I don't know if this will work with these. Like I said, I just picked them up on Amazon because I was like, oh, cool. I've been hoping to use these. And hopefully we'll find a pair that'll work. Whoop. We're gonna break it. Which, at this point, is kind of irrelevant because they're already broken. So if we make it worse, as long as we don't break the pins or damage the pins, then it's kind of a moot point. That's too wide. That's way too wide. Pretty sure I tried that one already. I'm gonna have to start keeping track of which ones I've tried. Yeah. It's like these are just a shade too big. Just a shade. I think that one's too narrow. This one might not be. Oh, I heard clicks. Hey, look at that. That was the winner. Look at there, look at there. So, this is pin 1. So we'll take it out of here. You see what it's doing is it's hitting a tab up here and a tab down here and dislodging it from the connector. So we're going to take that, feed it into here. We just got to make sure we're straight. Ta-da! One transferred over. Yeah. on. There we go. All the way out. Pin 2. Click. Pin 2 transferred over. So this one looks like this. It's pretty thin. You could probably make these. Like, let's just be serious. Also, this thing does not want to stay attached. Try not to damage the bloody pins anymore. Good part is they got a lot of movement back there, so it's like if I could shave off a touch of this on the outside, it'd probably be just perfect. Because that feels like it's a little extra snug. Oh, I think I got that one. I did. I just wasn't pulling hard enough. So that's pin 3. Some of these you might have to come behind it and like push on it to get them in, especially the smaller wires, because the smaller wires will just kind of collapse. So there, and we got one left. There we go. I don't know why this part came off, but it broke, so fantastic. Whatever it is, we got it out. So now we can just pull this off if we can get it to go nuts. It pulled all the way through, so we're gonna have to tuck that weather sealer back through. Not a big deal, just a little bit more frustration. Maybe go. Maybe go, maybe go. There we go. Come on, out. Thank you. So we're depinning them first, as you can see here. We're taking them out of this broken one. You see what's broke, the connector thing there's shot. And then we're putting them back in to here. And so it's really not complicated, especially if you do it one at a time. You're not gonna screw up. Just make sure you put pin 1 and pin 1, pin 4 and pin 4, and on down the line. And there we have them all. We have all the pins. We can see them all, that they're fresh right up against the thing here. So we can just lock them in place like that. And there we go. We have successfully transferred the connector. Just gonna do that 3 more times, 4 more times. Whew. It's not easy, or it's easy. It's just tedious. It's tedious. A little tedious. Little tedious. Oh, we didn't pop this off. We're never gonna get them out if we don't do that. I prefer on the ones we're depinning just to take this piece all the way out, so that way you know you're not in the way. See how easy that is? Let's get another connector. The heck is that noise? Any success yet?
No.
No?
No, that line's like stuck to that metal.
Did you see anything else that could be holding it on?
Just this whole thing itself. There's runs down the wheel, runs
What does this end go to?
I couldn't see it up under or.
Hmm.
I was gonna say I think the only way to get into it is to take.
The intake off. Yeah. Oh, I'm giving a no a hand. Yeah. We're gonna do a good old, let's see if we can't break it, kind of.
Yeah. If it'll pop off, it's just got a ways to go.
Yeah, it does. It really stupid.
It's just got quite a ways to go.
It's really stupid. There we go. Yep. I kind of tuck it out of the way. You just gonna have to manipulate it around, but yeah, that worked. It's our car, so I'm not super worried about it. Anybody want to field that for DJ Top Secret while I'm working on this? So pin 1, put it through pin 1, click, next. You got to jam this in there pretty good, so be pretty generous with it. But once you do it, it works like a champ. And we got to feed it through here. Straighten it up. And then probably do better with a little pair of pliers to push on the wires with. Little needle nose. Don't go crazy on them, but just like, there we go. A little easier than trying to jam my fingers in there. Heck yeah, this is working out great. Beautiful. Ooh, just gotta be careful with them. I don't want to break it. But there you go, another connector off. And then this is pin 4 because it's the ground. Yeah. And then we just click that in. Another new connector. Beautiful. Beautiful. Next. I'm sure this is very relaxing for all of you. So DJ Top Secret because more opportunity, better discovery rates, discovery chances, better aggregation, more offline content, more easier discoverability, which I kind of already covered, but it makes a huge difference with all sorts of things. The fact that it'll be much easier to do lots of different things. And the viewer base is infinitely higher. So we got pin 1, because the last thing you want to do is have to take apart your new one because you done missed one. And this is exactly how you unpin. Well, the short answer for that, Bob the Builder, is one, don't change your name. When I reach 50 likes, they'll kick me off. Speaking of, if you guys don't mind, it's super helpful. I mean, I could say it in a more mean way, which is Twitch is a dying platform, and I'm not going to go down with the ship. But I don't want to be quite that mean about it, if you will. And the other short answer, if you don't want me to forget about you, then one, be memorable. Two, don't be a douche. And three, stay here. You know, like, keep coming back. At least be a regular, so to speak. Because then I'll have no choice but to remember you because you're here all the time. Right, Noah?
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah.
Can't forget them if they're always there.
Can't forget them if they're always there. You're right. I should probably make this a short. Because this is like good content for that kind of thing. Depinning and repinning a connector. You don't need to watch an entire damn video just because you want to learn how to do one quick thing. There. That's on there. Ta-da! We've done 3. We've fixed 3 connectors. I mean, that's most of them. That's all the ones that were broken. We're gonna go ahead and do the other 2 just because, like, old plastic, you know. Kind of the why not scenario. We've already done 3. Let's just go ahead and get the rest. Don't stab myself. I'm trying to get this harness out from behind this hose, and I'm about to stab myself through the damn hand. Trying my best not to. There we go. So if I do this, then we can do that, and then we can get this one out here. Yes. How can I do this exactly? Yeah, good enough. Let me get my little tripod so I can at least have a hand free. Because, man, I'm not in a particular rush. This is mainly the only other car I have for today, and we're kind of slow, so it'll get done, don't worry. It'll get done today. It's just I got spending an extra 5 minutes to get a good video will be good. Sup, John boy? Where do I know you from? Because I know a lot of John boys, me being one of them. The trick is with this is you got to record it in, you know, phone screen. What? Nice. You did it. Which bro? We're gonna make this in kind of a silly manner. Focus on that, you jerk. Step 1, dislodge the locking pin. On these Volkswagens, it's not bad if you just take them all the way out. Step 2, take this type of pin dislodger. I don't know how to describe it, but it fits in there just right. Push in nice and hard. You'll feel a little click right there. And then step 3, pull out the pin. I wish I could move that cover. Ah, come on, there we go, all the way out. Step 4, get your new connector that's not broken or anything like that, and then merely push it into the same pin slot that it was in on the other one. Make sure it's straight. You might need some needle nose pliers to help you grab the wire, especially if it's in a tough spot. Don't squeeze too hard, just enough, and there you go. You have now depinned and repinned on a new connector. There, I'll edit that up and make it nice. Quick little content I can get up today for sure. I'm gonna make the whole video, but why not make a short when it's available? Twitch JB follower? But my brothers are fine. And if y'all really feel like helping out, there we go. Okay, sorry. Just wanted to have a quick breather. So this one we might even be able to do in a slightly quicker fashion, which is do that, dislodge, do that, dislodge. No, it clicked back in. What a jerk. We won't do it the faster way. Want to get them all the way out. It's just there's not a whole lot of room in here, or there's not a whole lot of room for this wire, so trying to negotiate it everywhere is kind of fickle. So I'm trying to be very gentle with the wire, like I'm barely touching on it here. I'm just trying to get it to go in the hole. We are sideways. Do not break the wire. Do not scratch up the wire. Do not destroy the wire. Just be very delicate with it. So little wire is in pin 3, and then big wire. We're just gonna get both of these out now, so that way I get this connector out of my way. There. Uh-oh. That one. It's like I set it down, and they all got mixed in. So this one goes here. Eee. There we go, click. And then lastly, this one. Gently, gently. Ta-da! Now they're all in. Now we can click it down, and we're secured. Ta-da! 1, 2, 3, 4. Just got one more to do. One more to do. This one. I guess we'll just move down. Hey Noah, you want to come over here and when you've got a second? It's not a rush. I'm currently depinning and putting on new connectors. You remember how they're all broke? Yeah. And these ones that are not, like these are older, but they're not broken yet. So I'm gonna save these so that way we can maybe fix somebody else who's got some destroyed ones. But I guess these probably aren't that expensive, and we got a hold of them pretty quick. So we're gonna be depinning these and putting them in here. Getting these Volkswagen ones off, you take off this little purple locking tab, like so, and then you'll use this one. I guess I'll put a paint marker on it or something so I can help find it in the future. But you take these, the top and the bottom are the holes that you're going to go through because there's two little locking tabs that come out when you push the wire in. And so this is going to dislodge those. So you push it in, and then it should release it. So you see there's one of the little locking tabs, and then there's another one on the other side. Yeah. So then you just take your new connector, just put it in the same pin, click, and there you go. You did it. So just wanted to let you know how to do that. That's how you depin and repin things. If they got a smashed connector, if the wires are okay, then you can hopefully get a connector and just fix it instead of having to order a whole new harness or something stupid. Two. And you want to make sure you have a firm grip on the whole assembly. You don't want to be pressing too hard on something that can't take it. Come on. It's coming out. It's just, ugh, my fingers are exhausted at this point from doing this. I don't remember if it matters, or particularly matters either way, which way it goes in there, but we'll try and put it in the same way we got it out. Cool. In. One more, and we're done. Last one's always the easiest. Yeah. Noah's new. He's learning the tricks of the trade. Ta-da! We're all in. Click. Now to lock them in. Done with that. Huzzah! Now, ooh, pink nail polish. You got any sisters?
2 of them.
2 of them? You get plenty of extra nail polish?
I don't even
Ask them for their extra nail polish. Like stuff that's old or it's style, I don't care thing. Because we can use the crap out of nail polish to like mark stuff and no. Once you got the clip off, it just pulls out. You just got to pull it really hard. It's probably crusty and stuck in there. If anything, you might see if you got a new you might have gotten a new temp sensor. Make sure the new one didn't come with one in it or anything like that. All right, so I'm going to put a nice pink dot on this one. Pretty hot pink. There, I marked our Volkswagen connector with some beautiful pink nail polish. Awesome. So that's that. Now we're going to do the spark plugs and the coils. So, John Boy, what else do I know you from? Are you like local? Or if not, what's your Twitch name? Because I don't know everybody's YouTube names, and they come on and they're like, "Hey," and I'm like, I have no idea who you are if I don't know your name. Unfortunately, it's pretty hard to see these plug holes. I mean, maybe I could do this. Ooh, there we go. That's a little better. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Yoink. One worn out plug with a 1.8 millimeter gap. Original Volkswagen. See if we can't get you a little bit of light back there too. Maybe like that. Maybe like that. Maybe like this. There we go. That's good. Probably would have been useful when we were doing the pins, but I think we had that pretty well covered. Another worn out plug. Another worn out plug. Probably not going to stop saying that until I run out of worn plugs. I'm old enough to remember when when Google's motto was "Don't be evil." I don't know why I left the oh, I'm in base 6. That's why the bits are still up there. I need to get rid of that stuff. I need to get rid of the extra junk that I don't use anymore. Because I don't need that, or tip jar, or trick cup. There we go. I forgot that I'm on that overlay. They're still there. I just took them off the screen. What the heck? Where's the... Where do I open it? Oh, there. So we got Baru. What are these called? Baru. Doesn't say if they're like platinum. It's diesel cold start technology on a spark plug. I'm not really sure what to do with that information. Cool. Check the gaps. Got my little gap checker. This is a 1 width, and it just barely fits in there. So the gap spec for these plugs is 1 to 1.1. Oh, sorry. Got a tickle. So then you put them in your socket that'll keep them from falling out, and then you delicately lower them down and then start them up. Well, awesome, John Boy. Thanks for coming by. I appreciate it. Alright. That one's good. Just gapped it. Now we'll stick it in here ever so gently. If you're concerned about cross-threading, you can, I'll show you a little trick to help with that. Let me say that again. If you're concerned with cross-threading the threads, which I haven't checked the gap on this one yet, so I'm gonna have to say that yet one more time. Perfect. To make sure you don't cross-thread it, lower it down very slowly, and then you're gonna feel it hit the bottom, and you can back it up, and you can feel it like drop on a ledge, and that'll ensure that you're on the thing. But mostly, if you want to make sure you don't cross-thread it, it should spin in very easy. What's up, VCMD Propulsions? How are you, my good man? Or lady. I'm just using my general terms. Look, I have a 98% chance of being correct that it's a gentleman in this stream. My statistics or my demographics are much, much, much more men. Boop. There's that. And one more. Because we got 5. Oh, fun. Sounds like a headache. So did you check the hole? Make sure that there's nothing in the hole. How does this one attach anyway? Comparatively speaking.
Sits in there like that.
Where's the O-ring go?
It was sitting on the shaft. This one went in like that, and this one was sitting like this. I did the O-ring on the
Yeah. Good. So is there another O-ring here for this, or a little assembly like that?
That fits over that, and it fits over the shaft.
Oh, I see.
Which
Oh, I see.
I have the gasket for.
Yeah, there you go. I guess make sure to take a rag or a pick tool and try and get off all that crust. Awesome. At this point, you know more about it than I do. Torque spec, 20 Newton meters. On the clock. 1. 2. 3. 'Not really. I haven't run into a cross-threaded spark plug in my career yet that I can remember. I've had plugs that have blown out or, you know, ripped out all their threads, or they've taken threads with them when they come out, but I don't think I've ever had to do a cylinder head thread repair, me personally. My coworkers have, because they've been dealing with like Fords or something. We got a bunch of crap coils. Because we're going with a set of new coils. Ooh. That is no bueno. Looking at the replies for my You might know what WSM stands for. I take it stands for Workshop Manual. Oh, I gotta get some water. I'm sweating like a pig because it's getting a little hot out here. Yay, the South. Hopefully it starts cooling off again sooner than later. All right, where was that? Oh, coils. We got some Bosch coils. Bosch. Pre-dielectric greased. This is mostly just a box opening object or project here. Open box, pull out coil, check for dielectric grease, stick in hole. I don't know, I'm a little disappointed with the amount of dielectric grease there was on that. I think I'm gonna go back and add some more. Of course, you gotta have your handy dandy pocket knife to open up boxes. Usually it's in my pocket at all times. If I don't have it, I feel naked. Last box. Yeah, I'm gonna go and re-grease all of these a little bit more, just to make sure they don't get stuck. Because stuck coils are suck coils. Boop, boop. Great. Now we got to do is hook this hose back up. Don't forget that. And we're going to go through here, plug all these bad boys back in with their new fancy dancy clips. Clip, and lastly, click. We can tuck that in and work on pushing them all down. Dunsies. Ta-da! Thank you for joining me for this edition of Let's Put Some Things in a Car. And do leave a comment, questions, concerns, or ridicule in the comments below. And of course, I hope to see you guys here live Monday through Friday, that I will be live and you can watch this live like a bunch of people are doing right now. So thank you all for joining me. Catch you all in the next one. Cool. That's done. I was just getting the VOD done. Content for the day. Hooray! That'll be up tonight, really. It's pretty simple VOD there. Weird. That is strange. Sorry, I'm just looking at some analytic stuff on the back end. I can upload stuff to Skillshare. I don't know. I'm not that good at this. I always feel woefully inadequate whenever I start talking to like people that are mechanics all day. I'm always like, man, they seem to know way more than I do. The only person at the moment that I know more than is Noah and Jason. Getting around there okay? Still cleaning it? That is a weird, weird thing. I don't like it. Don't like it, not one bit. I thought it was going to be easier than that. That's why I was like, no, I could do that. It should be real easy. Yep. Throwing you right into the fire. And then I'm taking your easy diagnosis from this morning. Plugs and coils? Oh no, not those. Gotta have our top mechanic on that one. Well, so we put the new guy on the pain in the ass bracket or coolant connector, and but the whole point is that I mean, I really need to get you to be as close to my level as I possibly can, so that way I can take time off without feeling guilty. That is honestly 100% the truth. Because at the up until you started working here, if I had to take time off, then it's just every Volkswagen doesn't come in. And I feel that's a bit rude. Like, all these people, they still need their car fixed. Nobody will do it. What? Make them. Yeah. Oh, gotta plug in the secondary solenoid valve. Good. Excelente. Now, hopefully nothing smokes itself. Huh. But yeah, I can just like upload stuff to Skillshare. How does that whole thing work? I've been kind of looking at it, but I don't really understand it. Also, I feel a little self-conscious about my stomach the other day because I was standing there and I was like, I think my hips are too abducted. I think I need to stand more like this. Instead of having my butt sticking out so far. But I don't know, it gets all the attraction from the ladies. Oh, we got another 2.5. I was like, I just want to double check my wire colors. Yep, red, brown, yellow, brown. Black, brown, yellow, or that brown, yeah. Different engines, but. And they're going to be a little different colors. But I'm just making sure that I got them in the ballpark. Because I can. Yep. I just get a little paranoid, like, wait, I had all the connectors upright, correct? Yes, I did. I put them in pin 1. I checked pin 1 before I started because, you know, I was going to use that as the baseline for going down it, because the last thing I want to do is, I don't want to smoke an ECU because I wired one backwards. That would make me very sad. Now we wash our hands, scan it, clear it, drive it, park it. Dunsies. Oh man, Eric, that depinning kit I got worked like a champ. I just did 5 connectors, and it didn't take me all damn day. Hmm.
He fucked up the damn mechanical part of the latch from trying to slam the front to make it latch. I got a new latch, put a new latch in. I can't get the new latch to work either. Fucking wire is broken inside the hinge, so the latch is being commanded to open all the fucking time.
Ah, yep. Shorted. I don't think this thing had an oil change on it. Did we clear the check engine light? We'll find out. She should have more pep to her step. We like pep to her step. Come on, you're under here. There you are. No electrical burning. Off to a good start. Random multiple misfire. Cylinder 2, misfire detected. Intermittent. Clear. Fault codes have been reset. 15, 16. Boom. There you go. Now you can see it. Now hopefully nothing smokes itself. Hey! Woo! Got any misfires? Nope. Yes. Unless it lost connection. We had a couple on 2. Is it getting worse or better? Got a few more on 2. 6 on 2. 7 on 2. Do we have more of a problem on 2 than we have just a bad spark plugs? Granted, it has been misfiring for some time, so it might take some time to clear out whatever junk might be residing in there. I think it's worth going to test drive, making sure it does well. Because it's not a lot of misfires, it's just a few. Bad gas. Cover, plugs, plug. Did we do a battery hold down? I can do that when I get back. Cool. That shouldn't be enough to set a light, which we can check real quick just to make sure it didn't. Nope. Of course, here's the other problem we have with this car, possibly. Judging from how old those plugs were, which they were original, there might be other instances of this car to which are also original, like maybe air filters or fuel filters or anything of that nature. So who knows what other problems we might run into as we try to get this to be correct. How's traffic? It sucks. All right, we're gonna go on a normal loop around, I guess. Let me get the lift kicked out. And we're gonna go on a field trip. Wum, 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 wum. No, don't lose signal. Don't lose signal. Oh well. We'll do what we can. It'll pick up once we get outside. What's your problem, man? No problem, man. Beetles are so far away from the window. Holy crap. Take them a minute. I want air conditioning. Hopefully it picked up the bit rate better. Is air conditioning working at all? Jiggle, jiggle, jiggle. What's funny is I think the camera's shaking more in the car. AC compressor might have a slow start condition type thing. That it's having issues starting up and getting cold. Either that or I need to reach under there and push on the connector. Yeah, it's not doing a good job of cooling right now. Maybe? Hello, Mr. Police Officer. It's like it's kind of working, but not really. Hello, Mr. Power Company that's trimming trees using a bucket truck. He's one of those guys They ride around with their high beams on the whole time. I hate that. I really, really hate that. And also, yeah, his air conditioning ain't doing crap. We got it working before when we were diagnosing it. Like, we fiddled with the connector, and then it's like, ta-da! Oh, cool. Wait, did it just start? It did. It just started working. Amazing. Yep. We're cooling now. Oh, thank God. That took like a mile. So what causes them to slow start? District 5 Mustang! Vroom vroom! Just wanna watch where we're driving. I know you can't see a ton, but it's the supermarket. That sounded vibrating. Find out when they're putting that skate park in, because they're supposed to be putting a skate park in this neighborhood, which is not my neighborhood, but it's near my work, and you damn well better believe I'm gonna go skate at the skate park. Oh, we can't have a skate park. All it's gonna do is draw the hooligans and the nefarious skateboarding types. Those people are so destructive. Maybe if you gave them somewhere to play to skate, then they wouldn't be so bad. Although, like, cheers to those guys that have. It was what, California? I think it was in California. I don't remember where, but it was somewhere that during the whole lockdowns and everything, the skaters were like, "Well, we want to go skate at the skate park," and so they started skating at the skate park. You know, outside, blah blah blah, and the city like filled in the skate park with sand. Because they're like, no, not allowed to have any fun. And so the skaters like all got together, brought shovels and shoveled it out. Like, you couldn't get them guys to do anything else together, but you can get them to thumb their nose into the man and say, screw you for, you know, ruining our skate park. So I found that very refreshing. Oh yeah, this AC's cooking. It's cooking with gas right now. It just takes it a minute to get started. I wonder if that does it every time. I also wonder what causes these to have a slow start. Is it something wrong with the adjustment valve, or is it the swash plate, or is the compressor like just getting old and weak? Rapid lube. Speaking of rapid and lube, I need to change the oil in my own car. I also need to drive the van. If this is really the last car that's like on my schedule today, and I'm just helping Noah, I think I'm gonna toss the van up on the alignment rack and check its alignment and drive it home this evening. I know this weekend I'm going to be, I don't think we have anything, we have the base football game Saturday. But I guess in the morning I'll be working on the carport, getting that all cleaned up so I can put 2 cars back in there again. And then now that I got the van out of there, I can bring the truck back. What? Oh, you're turning. Nice turn signal. I appreciate it. Very helpful. See this? Click, click, click. Is the turn signal. Give it some Italian tune-up. Get a little bit of Italian tune-up. Why do they say the Italian tune-up? Is because fix it again, Tony. Got it or what? I think I slept pretty okay last night. I got up, made it to the gym, got some exercise done. Today I did machine press, squats, tricep pushdowns. I think that was it. I don't do everything every day. I need to get there earlier and work out longer, but golly, getting up early is hard. I need to like try out a 5 on Kathy that I made it up by. Should have wake 6 and I got out the door at like 6:45. Problem is, I really like sleep. Sleep makes me happy. Why are so many people walking lately? Holy crap! There's 2 young ladies walking right there. There's some other guys walking / on their bicycles. Like, I've never seen this many people on foot or on non-automobile transportation down this road ever. It's so weird. So weird. Sweet. Drove great. No issues that I can attest to. Still got some oil leaks and some other things we need to do. I need to find out if they wanted to do the battery hold down. So I'm pulling back in the bay real quick. Mostly because I don't feel like walking twice. In case it isn't. Da, 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 da. Now you can find out how delayed it is. Ah, that noise. Oh my God, come off. There. Yeah. Nah. Ha. let me go ask up front real quick.
Got to do it. I just didn't want to oversight.
Didn't want what?
Oversight.
No, I just make it tight.
It's got two here, and it's got two here.
Yeah.
Now just make sure it's snug in there. It's still there.
Go look in the book or in the manual. Look at the all data and look for a overview. So like look at this cylinder or flange or connector or something, and then look at like the connector overview, and it should have like an exploded view of all the bolts that go, and have like bolts and they'll say number 18 or something like that. So like 18 is I knew it. But try it now. That might be tight enough. Cool. No. I'm gonna pull it up front real quick and we'll be done with that. a torque spec or anything? Okay. Should have been. Get the hoses and stuff too. Might need an extra little lump. Go ahead and see right through that. Ta-da! Alright. Two things, I'll be right back. I have to go top up the coolant in the S-car, which was I was expecting to have happen, was it was going to work out the rest of the air that was in there as it cooled down, and the after-run pumps and stuff run, and I'll be right back. together. Hope you didn't put that one bolt back in that pipe.
One bolt back in the pipe.
That metal pipe we were moving around, the one that's towards the front, not the one on it. Because the one that's toward the front's got to come off for the vacuum pump. No. It's this one. That one. Oh, you didn't take that one? Okay, yeah. We're going to take the next. You're going to take the vacuum pump. Cool. Tell me at this point, is it all sealed up? Synced up? Tell me like all the hoses and stuff connected. Okay. All right. Hold on. He's got the same amount of college I do. Solid boy. Engine? They're not big enough tires? Oh. We're getting an engine drop off. I graduated high school in 2001. You guys thought Missy was gonna come over and see you, and she said, nope. She don't want none of you. Nuh-uh. Bunch of crabby old weirdos on the internet. You weirdos. Where's Panty? It would warm my heart to know the Panty was here. I haven't the foggiest. What, more volcanoes erupting? Seriously? Neat. Volcanoes. 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 boop, boop, brr, brr. Alright, I really gotta find this rebuild kit though. If I've lost it, I'm gonna be very sad. Oh, there it is. It's on my one engine.
Yeah, we gotta move the car.
Nice. Well, you could probably just pull it into this bay and back it up. Yeah, I mean, it'll make it into this bay. It's just annoying. Yeah, here's all our vacuum stuff. See, you found it. Now, here's the big thing. Good luck, Jason, for getting this thing back in there. Hey, you want to? I guess you can pull in this way. I'd say you could back in. You just got to get the ass end close enough. It doesn't even have to be perfect. Keep coming, keep coming, keep coming. Keep coming, keep coming. Go forward again. Straighten up a little bit more. There you go. All right, come on. You got it. You can just go straight. Perfect. That's good. Read me first. I don't know if we'll do that. Boxer motor! I love how it came on like the raggedy ass truck I've ever seen. Like 18-wheeler. It looks like the kind of things that you expect to be carrying drugs, not an engine. Like that truck looked like it just came out of a horror movie.
Wasn't it in Ohio or something like that?
I think this is in Colorado. Colorado. Beats the hell out of me. That's why we have this lovely table. Because we can take this, jack it up, and then we can just slide it onto there, and we're good. And then we say, good luck, Jason. And he does the rest of it. Now we just got to get somebody to come here and hold that cart still while we slide the engine on it. Hey, where's Jason?
He was right there helping us wreck the brake.
Where's Jason? He run away? Jason! Maybe he's in the crapier. Ah. We got your Subi motor. So if you want to come help when you're done. We're going to attempt to do this better than we did it the last time. I think the last time we did okay. You want to hold the cart and Noah and I'll heave it off onto the cart. Ta-da! You may let her down. Look at that! It's even got a timing belt installed. Your life is so easy. Yeah.
The belt's on it too?
Yeah, I see a belt on it. It's got all the pulleys on it.
Cool with me.
Just kick it. You have to. Well, fine then. Do that. I gotta clean up my junkyard back here again because I'm making more junk. Aren't you excited to do your motor?
No.
No? Why not? It's so exciting. New experiences. You're the one that wanted to do the motor swap or the motor reseal.
Yeah, and I should have had it done like 3 weeks ago.
Now you get to join the rest of us. Now you get to join the rest of us and being like, why the hell isn't it done yet? He's so excited. He is doing, he's trying to get ready for doing the engines, the same job in our Subaru that we have. Uh-oh. Hold on. One of those moments that I just realized something. Because I was like, sitting over here, I'm cleaning up my junk back here. I'm like, this under tray goes to the EOS that we have out back that I got to do a valve cover on. I wonder if we got approval for that. Oh wait, Jason already did it and he did the valve cover and it's gone. Fuck. So yeah. The EOS is gone and the under tray's still here. Because I forgot Jason did it. Whoops. So, I'll look it up and give them a buzz. See if they want to swing by for me to throw it on there real quick. But I'm going to go clean it off before I hang it up on my wall of shame. I don't consider that one fully my fault. Because I was supposed to do that valve cover. Or Noah was. One of the two. Because as you could see, it was making quite a mess. It was making a little bit of a mess. So I'm going to take it back here and throw it in the parts washer and wash her off. At least so that when they do come and get it, it's clean. Hey, but there's good news for that. If they haven't complained of oil leak yet, then that's good. Because this was catching the oil. And with this not there, if they're not complaining of an oil leak, then it must have done something decent. Hopefully that was the majority of the oil leak that they had. At least I don't need to move it far. What? Wrong engine in the correct box. That sucks. I just read that comment. I know I'm terribly sorry that I just read that comment. That took me so long to read it. All right, I need to clean up this mess. This can go, okay, that can stay on the thing because they screwed it down to it. So we can throw it all away together. This is a junk transmission. This can go back where it goes. That, oh. Flip over. This can leave out of this area, because I don't need a tranny jack anymore. Bop, 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 bop. And then also the tripods can go back. EOS, not EVOS. EOS. It was the one that had the really bad leaking valve cover. Farmer's carry. Yeah. So, you ready for the next step, Noah? Vacuum pump. All right, so what you're gonna do is one, we're gonna tuck this crap a little further out of the way because you're trying to get this unit off. Can you see that? So what you're doing is you're gonna take off this, you're gonna disconnect this. You can either take that off and leave it attached to this. You probably pop this off though. And unplug, you're gonna take off this whole little assembly. So unbolt that, this little thing should pop off. This is just pushed on there. It's like a rubber grommet. So pop that off and this whole unit will come off. So work on getting that whole unit off. I would suggest cleaning it first pretty good. Like get your spray can and fill it up and go hose nuts down there and make it nice and clean. I'll even contribute my beautiful stream to it, which is not much. Did they not make you get a blower? Do you have a blower in your kit? Okay. Because you want to blow it off. Fittings? Yeah, that's right, fittings. It's probably us that use the weird fittings.
I don't know, whatever one they had for like at school, I couldn't find anywhere. Like, I had trouble finding things to buy.
Hello, Johann Visser. Johann Visser. I appreciate any thumbs ups, things like that. Super awesome. You guys are amazing. Hey man, we are currently beating yesterday's VOD by 2 likes. Oh, 3. Wait, how many did I have? We had 39 on yesterday's, I think. Assuming this was yesterday's. Yes, this was yesterday's. Sweet. So we had 39 likes on yesterday's video. And today we're at 43! Woo-hoo! You guys are too good. Too good. Oh my god. What would happen if Twitch put likes and dislikes on streams? Holy crap. Ooh, 44? Nice. Yeah. So, preferably what you'll want to do is around these 2 bolts, this one and that one over there, you'll take a whiteout, or I don't care what you do, mark it so that way you can tell, like you can do half of here and then like half there. So that way you can tell where it's, because it's the little, it can slide back and forth for specificity. So that way you can put it back in the same spot. It also, with something that's dirty, you'll have like witness marks so you can tell where the nuts or the washer's been crushing against it. But basically you're gonna get that whole unit off. It's gonna slide off that, this is the selector shaft right here, this shaft. And this is gonna come off, and then there's a big nut under there and that loosens up and that comes off, and then this whole unit comes out. But the shaft's still gonna be there.
You said this can just pop off?
Yeah, that you can take a screwdriver or something, pop it off there. It'll come off one way or the other. And so when that whole shaft comes out, then what you're gonna do is you're gonna look at that vacuum pump, and the vacuum pump is about that big, and there's gonna be a bolt on the left side, the bottom, and the right side. And then it's gonna pull out. And the reason you gotta get that crap off is because before you take off this vacuum pump, you gotta take off these cover bolts, which are T20s or 25s, one of the two. Take off those 4, and then this cap's gonna come off. And so you're gonna take out the cap, there's a little plate in there that you might be able to pull out. I'll help you when you get to that point, but just take off those 4 and then take this plate off. Because what we're gonna do is we're gonna get that assembly out of the way, then we're gonna get the cap off, and then when we get the whole assembly undone, normally, under certain, when these cars first came out, in order to get that vacuum pump off, you had to take out the transmission. So some clever people were like, I'm not doing that. And so they took the vacuum pump apart, and if you take the vacuum pump apart, it'll roll over the shaft. So you can just kind of roll it over that shaft and it'll come out. So that's why you're taking apart the things you are. We're making spice. Making spice. Making bacon. Making bacon, Georgia. Boop, boop, boo, 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 boo. So something I do need to look at is, do the videos that I doed Do I have an overrepresentation of females in my stream? Damn, Jason. I'm about to put that thing in a frickin' fence. Oh, it's a body shop. Put it in the fence. Imposters. We know there's no such thing as females on the internet. That is hearsay. Hearsay, I tell you. What? Mystery rise in heart attacks from blocked arteries? Health experts have been baffled by a big rise in common and potentially fatal types of heart attacks in the west of Scotland. During the summer, there was a 25% rise in the number of people rushed to the Golden Jubilee National Hospital in Clydebank with partially blocked arteries, cutting blood supply to the heart. That's not good. I hope they figure out what it is. I don't want people to be sick. I just noticed that headline. Wait, why is he moving the truck? Was he gonna pull one truck with another? What in the hell is he doing? Trying to knock off the front end. It's a skull with cross pistons. I love it. I love it, Late Apex. What in the sand hell are he doing, boy? Yeah, these two bolts. Just give them a little. You can get a whiteout pen. Do you have a whiteout pen? Here. I have two. That one's probably more full. So basically, you shake it up and then you push down, and it should like you feel it like click because the ball will get stuck after it's been in there. I'm assuming you know how to use a whiteout pen. Here, I shall give you a quick shot at what I'm talking about here. So I just kind of jam it in there, and there we go. And then just kind of wipe it around there, and then do the same thing over here. So that, then you can give it a minute to dry. That way, you know, when it gets there, you know where it is. Your pen. How can I see that so tiny? Because I have good vision, thanks to surgery. Twitch is going to be doing a test with a small group of streamers to make Boost This Stream a paid feature. Twitch News. 99 cents for 1,000 recommendations, $3 for 10,000 or 3,000 recommendations. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh crap, I've been recording this whole time. Oh well, rather too much. So right now we got our new guy Noah working on the vacuum pump. The one that you've seen several videos of. Look at that, you got the thing disconnected, you got that loose. This might even come off with your fingers, but might not. I usually just use an adjustable wrench just to get it to break loose. Yeah. And then you can take these loose, and then you gotta unplug that. And then we get to the vacuum pump. It'll be great. But he already did this flange here, which turned out to be more of a pain in the butt than we thought, which actually worked out in our favor. Which I could probably make a little bitty short for something like that, which is this flange has this pipe in the way, because this pipe connects back there on top of a stud, so you got to literally pry the pipe out just enough to get it to go around it, and it's just irritating. Isn't it irritating?
Either that or take the intake out.
Or take the intake off, one of the two, which I really didn't want to take the intake off, so now we're getting off this and moving on. Just lots of what, American Patriot? Incognito tabs? Close-up action, yo. I guess I'm going to try and save our Noah stuff for its own video. Guess I might as well transfer what I got, because it's going to take a hot minute to get all transferred over there. Not nearly as hot minute when I take it from my house, or on my house, at my house. Oh my God. Boop. Cut. Pasta. Yep, just remember which goes in what order. So that little thing goes on the bottom. Then once you get those 10s broke loose, that whole thing should just slide on up. I'll be Noah's cameraman. Yeah. All the bracelets and everything. Soon you'll lose those. One of what dropped?
The bolts.
Where?
Right there, somewhere.
Cool. I'll get a magnet and find it. Oh, we got to start Missy's key moving stuff. Did you get your bolt, or did you get this other one?
I didn't get that one yet.
Chances are, if it fell there, it probably hit right here.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think it went all the way down, but
Oh, what's Joe Rogan being tweeted about now? Okay, apparently there's not any particular thing that happened. Of the Watcher. Well, eventually they're going to become problematic. Thank you guys for the retweets and stuff about the connectors. I mean, thank you guys for all the stuff you've been doing, because it's been super helpful. You guys have been here watching, etc., etc. Couldn't ask for more. Couldn't ask for more. And of course, make sure you hit like and or subscribe to the channel, etc. Because I'll be here every day. Every weekday. It's so weird. Yep, so it should. Of course, this one's gonna just be a particular pain. There we go.
As I said, I didn't want to yank on it too hard.
Oh, this you can dislodge by, I think, pushing those. I used to take both of those loose, but there's an easier way that I found one day that involves, like, I think it was squeezing these. Come on, you jerk. There we go. Like that. It just slides up. You push in these two tabs and then pull up on it. And now that should slide out nice and easy. Ta-da! Get a little soaking up some of this junk. Success.
20 or 25?
25.
Yep.
Yay, my transfer finished. Excellent, American Patriot. I'm glad that's the case. Do I need to add ASMR into here? As a tag? I gotta figure out other tags to add to it. You might want to use a ratchet. They're a little stuffed. They're a little tight the first initial breaking loose. Hi, chat. A little sticky. Beautiful, beautiful scenery. Better. And when you get that last one loose, you're gonna see it dump oil, which is normal. So what we're gonna do with this is we are going to rebuild it. We aren't gonna just replace it. So this is a first for you and for me. Let's see what my wife said at me.
Never heard flooring. Plus, rebuilding it will teach me how to replace it. So.
Yep. Sorry, had to sneeze. Yay! One plate. All right, let's see about that other plate. Is it turned correctly? Ooh, it looks like it might be. So this might come out. Yeah, it does. It doesn't seem like it's going to want to right now. We're probably going to have to get it loose. But you'll end up taking that out. So now there's a bolt right here. There's another one down here. And then the last one is right here in this corner. They're all T30s. And they're tougher than the last ones. But it's just 3. Like, there's something that I wish we could do sometimes, which we'll definitely do once I get another engine swap or something like that, is once I get it out and we start taking it apart, I'll probably have you do a lot of that stuff because it'll give you real clear sight of a lot of this stuff, easy access, and helps you. I love swapping engines because, one, it takes a long time and they tend to leave me alone for the longest amount of time during that, and 2, you learn a lot about the engines because you get to literally take most everything apart. What goes where, what fails a lot, etc. The failing a lot you mostly get from multiple cars, but the engine swap you get from, you learn like how everything runs. So like I pulled intakes and stuff off of these, and so I generally know how they are. It's just kind of irritating. They're really cramped in there. It's not as scary as it looks. Like,
that intake looks like it's a big job.
I don't think it is.
Doesn't look like it. Like if it's got easy access.
I'm pretty sure it's like.
Because I thought when I was looking at it earlier, it looked like there was like.
You have access through these 2, and then like the rest of them are at the top. Like to swap this engine, you take the wiring harness off the engine, which is usually a nightmare. But in this engine, not so much. It's mostly this one harness, and it goes up to these and down to here. And thanks. No. What's the point? It's not broken. It's just leaking some. It's kind of silly to change it now. You're watching the wrong ASMR videos. Wait, let me see the, you're probably gonna have a hard time getting to the, that should be it though. That one's gonna have a hard time probably getting to the bottom one. For that, you're gonna want this setup, because it's real thin.
I was looking for the bottom. I didn't even feel it.
Damn twins. Need them 42 double D twins. They make me really relax, right? Nope.
No.
Nope.
John.
Just roll with it.
We're here to fix cars, John.
No, we're not. We're here to make cars run better. Need to change my coil. Huh? No? What you need?
I need to get this airbag off.
You know how you got little holes on the side
Mm-hmm.
of the steering wheel, and you're supposed to release
Mm-hmm.
for the pin?
Mm-hmm.
You know exactly how it works? Because I can't
Nope.
picture it in my head. How I'm supposed to do it.
Is there a manual or a diagram that says anything about this?
No, I mean, there's fucking...
Okay. Did you unplug the battery? Okay. Oh, did you? Well, good. Do the same thing. Just again. You're welcome. See, that's what I do. I get it real easy by just existing. I just need to stand around mechanics and be like, you ask me a question, then you'll get it. That'll be $20. That's my new income stream. I stand around and tell you how to do your job. I'm a Twitch viewer or a YouTube viewer. I stand around and tell you how to do your job, except I get paid for it. I like this idea. Well, how do I fix this? Well, I don't know. You just fix it. Make it work, man. Make it work. This is where you learn to work blind.
Torque are one of my least favorite things to work blind.
What is?
Torque spits.
Oh, yeah. You get used to them.
Just a pain.
Because there are a ton. We might need a shorter extension, too.
Yeah.
Or longer, one of the two. You want me to give it a shot? I believe in him. I believe in him. He can do it. Ah! Yeah. He got it. See? Faith well placed. What position did you play in baseball? Everything?
Mostly pitcher and third base.
Pitcher and third base? Know how to throw a curveball? Slider? I don't know the rest of them off the top of my head. Knuckleball?
Never could throw a knuckleball. Hands were never big enough.
Yeah, that's my problem. Got to have a certain size hand to throw a knuckleball.
Yeah, it's gotta be big.
You know what's funny is when I stopped playing baseball when I was like 13 or 14 because I had been playing it since I could stand up. And so I was a little tired and I wanted to play some other things. So I went and played roller hockey because we didn't have hockey here. But anyway, my brothers and my dad would never teach me how to throw a curveball because they were like, it'll mess up your shoulder. So at this point, I'm a 38-year-old gentleman that doesn't know how to throw a curveball because my parents and my brother wouldn't teach me.
You know, nobody would ever teach me because I heard the same thing. It'll mess up your arm. And I figured out my own way to throw.
I mean, I figure it's just 2 fingers on the side and you want to
Pretty much.
wing it.
I used to get away with it because I would just hold it like this, and
Yeah.
then I would throw it like that, and it would just go from like all the way up here all the way down.
Nice.
I made a kid fall over one time.
I did that once. I made a kid jump out of the box once, and he jumped out of the box, and then he got called a strike, regardless of jumping out of the box, because I did a good old, submarine pitch, where I went up like that, and then I went like that, and threw it from way down there, and I was like stepping all towards him and everything, and it went whoop, bunk, right in the middle. And he jumped out, and he was like, oh.
Especially when you get called a strike.
I was like, yes.
So much fun. So much fun.
Yes, did it. All right, so now that that's loose, yeah. Oh, something that helps is getting this little clip out of the way, so you'll get to see that a little easier. But sometimes it's so stuck in there, you might need a little screwdriver to just give it a gentle pry to pop it loose. Like maybe There we go. Oh, yeah, we got to disconnect that.
I was about to say clip.
Not necessarily a clip, but this, yeah, this hose thing. This is, so what this part is called a brake booster vacuum pump. This is probably a good time to pull out this thing before it gets damaged. So you gotta be careful with these because these little sides can come off. So if you lose one of those sides, then we gotta buy a new one anyway. That's, I don't get. Whoop. So basically this thing, you just pry off here somehow. It's kind of a pain. No, it shouldn't really be this difficult.
It's not easy.
What we should do at this point is probably just walk this off. Like that. See if you can get that undone. Just twist and pull and twist and pull. It is more sad than it is anything, honestly. Did you get it? Almost. It's not too much longer than that. Maybe we'll trade. I'll wear out my hands, then you can wear out your hands, and then we'll go back and forth. Almost. Almost. Come on. Just. Oh, for the love of Pete. The other option here is, as we continue to fight this, before we lose this gasket, down in a place that we can't retrieve it. That's just trash. Ah, there we go. So this, there we go. Awesome. Now we'll go bring this over to my toolbox where we're gonna rebuild it. All right, first thing I'm gonna do is take it on over here to the parts washer and clean off the outside. It's pretty crusty. So this time we opted for a rebuild kit on this to see what would happen. It's our shop car, so we just wanted to give her an attempt. So our kit is, I think I put it on your toolbox. Maybe, I don't know. Put it somewhere. Little brown box. Ah, there it is. This. So what do we got in our beautiful handy dandy little kit? We got new bolts. We got a new suction valve. And we got some gaskets. One-way valve. And we got these gaskets. So we're going to want to get this gasket out of here, which is one of the leaky culprits, although getting it out might be easier said than done. Ah, there it is. Look at that. It's already broke. There we go. So the front cover gasket, which we have a new one of. Yep. Doesn't fit super amazingly, but it does fit. Could be a little wider, but that might take effect once we get it, the cover on. It'll smush it down. So there's that. Mainly it's these two things that I'm most worried about. This gasket and that gasket. This one-way valve, I mean, I guess we'll replace it because we got one, I guess, which should be push in here. I think. Nope, I was right. This. Ah. Yep. You know it. Ah. Ow. This thing's about to get broke. It's like I need to squeeze both sides at the exact same time, because I got that one loose, but this one doesn't want to play. Come on, you're supposed to be out now. Ah, there we go. That was just irritating. Yeah, so we want to do this because it's got an O-ring around it. That could leak too. Price difference between a kit and a new pump. I think the kit's like $8 and the new pump's like 200. So a lot. Oh yeah, it comes all you got to do is, the new pump, you actually have to take off the front cover so you can roll it over and then you put it back on and there you go. So we'll do this. Hello, and we are going to be rebuilding a vacuum pump that goes in a 2.5 liter. We've already taken it apart. Front cover is what you take off to roll it out if you ever have to do any of that. I got another video for that, which I'll try and link somewhere up here. So we got a gasket for the front face, which is going to be there. We got a new check valve thing, and so it's irritating. There's just two little holes, one here and one there. You just gotta push them with a pick tool really hard. And so now we're gonna maybe lube this up a little bit with some dielectric grease. Make sure it gets in there easy wherever it went. So we'll just whoop, put a little lube on there. And so this should fit in this way. Think that got it. Might be worth. Yep, that works. That works swimmingly. Just give it some love taps. So, I mean, that's kind of it. And then you got a new gasket for the back end here. That's now over there. But, so now, yeah, you can take this, put the new gasket on it, and reinstall it. So yeah, there you go. Just wanted to let you all know about that. It is this Dorman part number. The old gasket broke off. It is vacuum repair kit from Worldpack, 917145. Yeah, it's the same thing from Dorman. They got like some ship to store order form on there. So yeah, 917145. As far as I know, it's like under 10 bucks. Maybe it's more. Maybe that's just what our cost is. But it's much cheaper than buying an entire new vacuum pump, which is a couple $100. So if you have a leaking vacuum pump and you want to give this a shot, we're trying it now. If you don't want to try it yet, I will update you with a video on this. In fact, I might not even release. Yeah, I'll release it. Yeah, I'll release it. I'll try and give you an update. If anything, please just comment on here. If you haven't seen an update video in, say, a few weeks, then remind me, and I'll check on our car, because this is our car. This is our shop car, and so I'll be able to watch it and see if it starts leaking again quickly or if it doesn't do well at all, etc. So if you do this vacuum pump, let me know what kind of results you get. Leave them down in the comments. So thanks for that. It was pretty straightforward and simple. Have a good time, and thanks for watching. I never know how to stop that crap. You know. There. Little video. Another little short, I guess. But yeah, it's a vacuum pump. And so you can fiddle it around until it rolls under. And so the handy dandy part about that is that you notice how on the other side it's got two ears, because that's got to locate into the pump itself, into the camshaft. Yeah, we're a little off. There we go.
I was going to ask you, does that have to seat a certain way?
Yeah, it does, but it doesn't matter like which side is which, just as long as it's in the ears. So we got to put this little thing back in there.
Go in first before it has to line up.
Yeah, because this, remember, we couldn't get it out when it was lined up. So if it wasn't, so now we'll just basically push it around until we get it to drop in. So we can do that. And then I grab that little shaft in there, and that's why, in fact, I like, let me check the gasket. Yep, gasket's still there. That's one of the things you'll have to check when you're doing this, is making sure the gasket stayed put. Because it does want to start rolling off and stuff. And so once you get it kind of straight, then you just basically start rolling this around, seeing where it locks in. I don't remember how it was oriented. kind of mostly flattish. I think that's probably it. But I gotta get this damn connector thing. There we go. So it just takes some finagling and fussing back and forth until you finally get it in there. Because you remember how difficult it was to get out. Nuts. Let's see. No. Getting caught on everything else. Although, to be fair, one thing I do want to do is clean off the face of Did you wipe down the surface in there?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did quite well.
Because I didn't want any grime or anything making it not seal well.
Right. Precisely. So where is the orientation? It is this way. It's up. It turned. Your failure to meme is hello, my name is Todd and I am a battery. AA meeting. Oh, God. What do I do with you people? What are you getting stuck on, you bastard? All right, you can try fiddling with it for a minute. I think I got it mostly in. Hey, Tim. Sorry, I didn't mean to leave you guys all the way back here. But I just started fiddling and couldn't stop. Couldn't stop myself. What do you want now? You want to show me more memes? If I had $1 for every time socialism worked, I would have $0. Coincidentally, if it did work, I would also have $0. That's the best one yet. That's cute. I think I still see air at the top.
Some space, but I got the ears inside.
No, it should be like nice and flush against it. The gasket's loose. This is the same pump. Like, it's not like we changed pumps or something, you know? And we're like, oh yeah, we got something different. No, it's the same damn one. Why are you not wanting to fit? We're gonna get some percussive fitment. Little percussive fitment here.
Yeah.
Just a rubber mallet. Yeah, that's pretty much flush. You can use the rest of it with the bolts, so pull it down. I'd start with this bolt and that other bolt that are easy to see, and then work your way down to the other ones, or to the bottom one. However, before you tighten them all, make sure they're all threaded. Do you know that lovely moral of that story of never tighten a bolt down until you have all the bolts threaded? You can snug it, but if you're like, for instance, like doing a wheel bearing or something where precision fitting is critical, I have gone through and like tightened a few bolts as I went, and then I get to like the last hardest one and it won't go in because I got to go back and loosen them all up and jiggle it just a little bit.
Yeah, you gotta do some adjustments.
It's like I need it by like 1/1000th of a millimeter, and then it will fit, because otherwise it's a jerk. So cool. All right, it's 5 o'clock. It's good enough. We're gonna go ahead and cut out of here in a little bit. Noah's gonna tinker with that until it's time to go. But thank you all for joining me. It's been a fantastic day, and we've had a very good turnout on the stream today. I'm super pleased. So keep it up, boys. Keep it up. Anyway, I don't know what else to say at this point. I'm not rating anybody because they don't do that on YouTube, thank God. I don't have to, you know, make friends. So I'll see you guys in the morning. Thanks for watching. Make sure to check out for, I'll be releasing another video. I'll be putting out another video tonight. So smash that like button. In fact, you should torque that like button. Torque it, twist it, all that good stuff. See you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday! Yay! So see you then. Have a good day. Bye-bye. Also, oh my God, VCMD, that's terrible.